Everyone, and welcome to those in the gallery, staff, councillors and those watching at home. Welcome to tonight's ordinary meeting of council on the 11th of February 2026, and I declare this meeting open at 6:01. I'd just like to begin with our warm welcome, which is Kaya Kardich Wajak Nungabuja. The City of Swan acknowledges the traditional custodians of this region, the Wajak people of the Noongar Nation, and their continuing connection to the land, waters and community. I'd like to pay my respect to elders past, present and their descendants. The terms and conditions of entry into this meeting are posted just on the door as you enter, and I'd ask that you please ensure that you've read them prior to attending the meeting and that you also abide by them. Attendance and apologies. We have all council members in attendance except for Councillor Takiro, who is attending online. And Councillor Takiro, can you declare that you can maintain confidentiality? Oh, she's now...
Yes, I can.
Thank you.
Yes,
so
I can.
Oh, and we also need to see you on the screen as well, please.
Oh, okay.
No. And so Councillor Carr and Councillor Budovnik are absent at this point. Part 4 is disclosure of financial and proximity interests and interests affecting impartiality. I'll ask if there are any councillors that need to submit a declaration of interest. If there is, just hand that up to the CEO during the meeting, please. 5 is public question time. Questions and answers recorded in the minutes of the meeting may be summarised in accordance with the Local Government Administration Regulations of 1996. All questions received for this meeting have been answered and will be published in the minutes of this meeting. 5.1, answers to questions which were taken on notice. We have had questions from Mr Humphrey Bogart and Ms Jan Zek, and these have also been responded to and will form part of the minutes. Moving to 5.2, this is questions relating to reports contained in the agenda. We received questions with due notice from Mr Ashby and Ms Deering for the 12th of November ordinary meeting of Council. These questions and answers were sent to Mr Ashby and Ms Deering on Monday the 10th of November 2025 prior to the Council meeting. Due to some technical issues that we had, these were inadvertently omitted from the minutes of the November meeting, but they will also form part of the February minutes. 5.2.1, this is questions of which due notice has been given, and at this point we had nil. 5.2.2, questions without due notice for items in the agenda only. We have Mr Bill Carroll relating to item 14.2.1, and this is the adoption of the draft Local Biodiversity Action Plan, and Ms Jan Zek relating to 14.2.3, the new locality name, North Ellenbrook West, register to ask questions. Mr Carroll, if you'd like to come to the podium, you are welcome to ask up to 5 questions. Thank you. If you'd just like to push the little button on there.
Thanks. I think I should have come last week, but I wasn't alerted to the fact that I got an email last Thursday, so I rang and asked if I could come down, so I'll ask a few questions if that's okay. So in relation to the biodiversity strategy, which has now become an action plan, back in November 2024, I see that the city had some consultation sessions. Bullsbrook was held, there was 19 people online, there was 9, and I attended one up on November the 14th, 2024 in Gidgegunnup. And so since then, because I was hoping it'd go through, it's in my interest to see that sort of thing happen. But the city then initiated a tree preservation scheme, which I believe has been deferred. It then initiated a fauna protection scheme, which used to be the kangaroo protection scheme. That's been deferred, I believe. And we now have a black cockatoo action plan, which I've gone to the consultation meetings and that seems to be going ahead. But those 3 issues I've just mentioned should really come under the biodiversity strategy or action plan.
Thank you. I'm just going to ask whether you could please begin the questions. We just have quite a list of people tonight.
Okay, no, so that was my, that's sure. One question, yeah. So why have those 3 things been pulled from the bios, because all those come under the umbrella of biodiversity?
I'll just ask if Mr van der Linde could respond, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Carroll, I think it's a very valid question, and it is necessary to understand the city's framework in terms of environmental preservation. If you look at our framework of strategies, plans, and policies, the framework actually, the umbrella for this framework is the Sustainable Environmental Strategy, under which these other plans that you've raised resort. And the Biodiversity Plan is an action plan that pulls some of that together. So you're 100% right. Everything is not under one document. We need to read these documents together, but the umbrella document is the environmental strategy, and then under that is the Waterwise Council Action Plan, Emissions Reduction Plan, the Local Biodiversity Plan, the Urban Forest Plan, the Waste Management Plan, and then those the other plans that you've mentioned,
Black
tree
Cockatoo.
Preservation, Black Cockatoo,
yeah.
and those. So all of that are interrelated and needs to be looked at together. You're right. You're correct.
Thank you for that. Just seems to be dragging on. So when the city does finally, if it does, initiate the plan and approves it, will they then liaise with Main Roads, other government departments such as DBCA, Waters and Rivers, etc.? Because there's a lot of land that travels through the city of Swan, which is probably controlled, especially by Main Roads. You've got John Forest National Park, Wollonga National Park. So will the city liaise with those other government departments and get them to stick to the biodiversity plan as well?
Mr van der Linde?
Madam Mayor, yes. In terms of the action plan, there's a requirement to further collaborate with other agencies that's responsible for various areas in the whole framework. In addition to further collaboration with private landowners, developers, and members of the public that are involved.
Okay, thanks. So, and will the City of Swan, or has it engaged a Noongar Whadjuk elder to have a look at the significance of the biodiversity, the budja, and the dreaming and the spirits of the land?
Mr van der Linde, in relation to this, if you can answer.
Not directly in relation to this plan, but out of the actions, certainly where necessary, that collaboration does take place. For instance, with the Black Cockatoo plan that is being prepared, that communication is happening and collaborating with them, yes.
Okay.
I'll just ask the CEO if you might add an extra comment in there. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for the questions. But in simple terms, we're also required to produce an Aboriginal Cultural Heritage Plan. That's a separate document that covers the whole of the city and deals detailed with all Aboriginal protection issues, and we're currently engaging with the Whadjuk Aboriginal Corporation on that plan.
Oh, no, that's good to hear, and I'm sure they'd like to have some input anyway. One of the things that came out of the Gitchigana consultation night was it's quite obvious that if the city did want to increase the protection given to biodiversity, it'll cost a significant amount. So one of the things we're worried about is, will the city allocate sufficient funds to implement these protections?
Thank you, Mr CEO.
Thank you, and that's what the framework does. Firstly, as staff, we can't recommend allocation of funds to a particular initiative until there's some overarching strategic objective. So yes, there would be, subject to this, there is a recommendation, part of which will sit in this year's budget. Some of it deals with staff. It's no good adopting an action plan if you don't have anyone to actually do any work on it. So that will be a consideration for council. Noting, of course, that council always looks at all the competing issues and that very vexed issue, how much of the rate's going to go up by this year.
Yeah.
Did you have a fifth question?
Thanks for that, Mr. Cohen. Yeah, so this one's a bit out of left field for you. So in 2006, the then Premier Alan Carpenter, he introduced a gas reservation policy, and he took on two large multinational companies. When I say, I'm not exaggerating when I say took them on, Woodside and Chevron, they wanted to develop the North West Shelf. And they came into his office and they laid out the plans, and he said, sure, you can do this, but we want 15% of gas saved for the local market. Both Chevron and Woodside said, no, sorry, we can't do that. And he said, well, you either do it or we'll get someone else. Strangely enough, Chevron and Woodside turned up the next day and said, yeah, we can do that. So what I'd like to see is the City of Swan to say to developers, or if there's some planning changes made and there's trees on a block, you say to a developer, you can develop this block, but you have to keep these patches of trees, and if they don't want to do it, we'll sell it to someone else who will. So it's just about protection.
I'll just ask you, did you have a question then?
Well, the question is, would the city be willing to stand up to developers?
Thank you, Mr CEO.
Thank you. And Spud, the city operates in the framework of local government and comes under the state. So our head of power doesn't allow us, unlike the state, to come back and impose additional constraints that don't exist in the planning framework. However, the city's proposed the local planning policy for tree management is all designed very much to try and protect trees of a certain maturity, etc., from that type of wholesale destruction. So council is looking at that. There are obviously vested interests involved in this from the development industry. But we can't operate outside our head of powers. The state's got bigger capacity than we do.
No worries.
And
Thanks.
sorry, did you have another question?
No, that's 5. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. Now we have Ms Eck. If you would like to also come to the podium, you may ask up to 5 questions also.
Thank you. I preface my questions by briefly explaining the background. On the first page under background of item 14.2.3, the report to council infers that 3 parcels of land in the southeast corner of the proposed new locality in North Ellenbrook West had already been rezoned to allow for the future urban and public open space in those lots. If this had happened, it would make them eligible for inclusion in the new locality. I had doubts about the zoning of these lots and undertook an investigation that indicated no change had occurred. The final test was to ask the manager of statutory planning to confirm the situation. The response was that the 3 lots were still zoned general rural and that 2 of them had never been the subject of a rezoning action, hadn't been included in the district structure plan and never identified as planning investigation areas. Can you tell me how this situation eventuated?
Thank you very much. Mr Van der Linde?
Madam Mayor, simply the North Ellenbrook West district structure plan initially excluded this specific land. There was then an amendment 1 to the North Ellenbrook West district structure plan, which included the land directly to the west of this area, which council considered in a report. That amendment 1 has gone to the commission. The SPC recommended approval for that amendment 1 with modifications. Those modifications have not yet been submitted to the SPC, and therefore the approval of that amendment 1 has not been published on the WIPC's website. So simply the subject land that you mentioned to the east of this district structure plan has never been part of the planning for that area.
Okay. Do you have a second question?
I do, but with all due respect, there's no point in talking about the land that has been the subject of any amendment. I'm talking about the land that hasn't been. Can you tell me what the reference to deposited plan 40, 48, 51 and 25, 64, 23 associated with the alleged rezoning of the 2 lots that had never been the subject of any rezoning process refers to, and where did these come from?
Mr Van der Linde?
Madam Mayor, not having been involved in the being the author of this report, my understanding is that that information comes from the information submitted by the proponents for the name. So in their documentation that they submitted to council, they referred to those properties as part of the properties that form part of Amendment 1 to the district structure plan. So it comes from the proponent. It's my understanding.
Which proponent?
So the name change report that's in front of council is as a result of a request by the developers.
Okay. Do you have a third question?
I do. I wish I had more. This reminds me of the reason given for changing the rating basis for the city's rural properties from UV to GRV, one of which was a change in land use that had never happened, which leads me to ask, how many other reports have suffered the same treatment?
Mr van der Linde?
Madam Mayor, as I've indicated, I'm not the author of this report, so I can't comment on other similar reports. I think what is really relevant here is the name of a suburb doesn't directly relate to an area approved for urbanization. There are rural lots in the suburb of Henrybrook, for instance, still today. So I think the relevance of having that land zoned, to me, I don't know, is that what your question really is?
Unfortunately, no.
And question 4?
The response to my question as to whether inclusion of these 3 lots in the new locality would have planning implications was in the negative. Despite this, it certainly gives the impression that a decision has been made about future land use. So my question is, can you tell me what was the purpose of including these 2 lots?
If you're able to respond, thank you.
Madam Mayor, we cannot answer that question because it was proposed by the developers. So they have included it for reasons might be known to them. I don't know what their reasons were.
Okay, thank you. Did you have a 5th question?
I do. The council, along with the residents and ratepayers of the city, rely on reports to council being accurate, comprehensive and truthful. While in the realm of planning, there is an expectation that proper and orderly planning will prevail. It seems not to have occurred in this situation. How can the council and Swan communities trust and rely on the information that the city is presenting? At the very least, this item should be withdrawn and corrected. So my question is, will the city do this and remove these lots from the locality boundary?
Thank you, Mr van der Linde, if you're able to respond.
Madam Mayor, I'm not able to respond on the report itself. What I'm able to respond to is that it is open to council in their consideration of this item to, in their recommendation, recommend that land be excluded from the area if they then determine that would be necessary.
Thank you very much.
Madam
Thank you
Mayor,
very
I
much
move
for
for
the
another 10
questions.
minutes of public question time.
We still have, now
Thank you.
we'll ask if there's anyone else in the gallery that is not registered wishing to ask a question.
So
sorry, first of all,
through the chair.
10 minutes, sorry.
There's been a proposed mover.
Thank you.
The mayor can simply rule to extend public question time, but as you've had a mover, you need a seconder and
Councillor Henderson. Is there anyone against? No, thank you. So I'll ask now, is there anyone in the gallery that's not registered that's wishing to ask a question in relation to the items in the agenda? Thank you. If you'd like to come forward and state your name.
I had it as the question in the next section, but if it's relating to this item, so what do you want me
Yes,
to
so
talk about?
is it on the agenda?
Yeah.
This is also listed as well though down here, so.
but those questions were not on the agenda. Just asking, is it on the agenda?
Sorry, is it on the agenda?
Yes.
Yep, thank you. And you have up to 5 questions.
Yeah. The Shire of Mundaring.
Or just introduce yourself.
My name is Humphrey Bolgo. The Shire of Mundaring has a budget a quarter of the size of the City of Swans and is able to produce a 124-page biodiversity strategy document, has also included comprehensive action plan. The City of Swans Biodiversity Action Plan misses lots of points that are made in, in the Mundaring's thing. The City of Swan doesn't have a biodiversity strategy either. My question, what conclusions are citizens expected to make about the intentions of the City of Swan in relation to biodiversity retention?
Thank you, Mr CEO.
Thank you. And Mr. Bogart, I think we've dealt with this recently in terms of another question on a similar matter. For the city to allocate resources to it, it needs an overarching framework. Part of that framework is the adoption of a plan. The plan then would sit in a series of costed actions. We'll come back. We'll deal with this in the service plan, where I've already indicated that council will give consideration to whatever funding it can provide.
Do you have a second question?
Not on this section, on the next one.
Thank you. Is anyone else in the gallery wishing to ask a question on the items on the agenda? In the agenda? No? Okay. Thank you very much. We'll move to 5.3, which is other questions to items not contained in the agenda. 5.3.1, questions of which due notice has been given. There were nil. So 5.3.2, this is questions without due notice. And we have had Mr. Richard Zawada and Mr. Humphrey Bogart, Ms. Viola Maripodi and Ms. Francesca Irwin and Mr. Patrick Irwin register to ask questions relating to. So I'll ask Mr. Zawada.
Three short questions. Why did your staff supply
just
you?
one moment, sorry, just one moment. We'd already passed questions on the agenda, so we are now up to Mr. Zawada. Mr. Zawada? That's not Mr. Zawada, so.
I didn't hear any of that, sorry.
Mr. Zawada, if you'd like
Yes.
to come to the podium. Thank you, sorry it is. Is Mr. Zawada?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Sorry, if you'd like to ask up to 5 questions.
Why did your staff supply false and misleading information to the December council meeting in reply to when I asked why Swan abandoned the drinking fountain at Stirling Square? The reply that your staff gave the the December council meeting was, the garden tap is not a drinking fountain, nor was it a drinking fountain prior to the PlayStation renewal in 2021.
That's your
Question
first
2,
Oh.
why with
Would you like
with a
staff
bu-
to respond to the first one?
why with a budget of $260 million, Swan is so mean-spirited and tight-fisted it refuses to replace a drinking fountain for a measly $50.
So I'm just going to go back and ask staff if they can respond to the first statement, the first question.
I was hoping that they would answer it at the end of the third question.
Okay, if you want to ask your 3 together.
Why they would be so mean-spirited, tight-fisted that they refuse to reinstall the drinking fountain for a measly $50 on a standpipe which is already there, but spent eye-watering $13,000 on a drinking fountain 50 plus metres away at the toilet block. Final question. As a ratepayer of 50 plus years, I'm disappointed that the said staff member could not respond to me directly regarding my question on the November council meeting, especially after the CEO has stated a number of times he wants staff to engage with ratepayers and vice versa. I'll be interested to hear any comments, or are we all comfortable to sit back and hide behind "we'll take that on notice"? Over to you.
Thank you very much for those 5 questions. I'll ask if Mr. McPherson, the first 3, would like to
Thank
respond,
you,
please.
through the chair. Thank you, Mr. Zawada. And look, if I noted, we've already used more than 22 minutes of what is only a 35 minute maximum time allocation for this. Can I suggest that you have a separate meeting with Mr McPherson on this matter rather than debate it? The answers that were provided, I believe, are accurate at the time, but why don't you have a separate discussion with Mr McPherson? He's nodding his head, he's quite happy to deal with it.
Shows clearly a fountain that the staff member says was never there. This has been going on back and forth via emails for months.
So rather than do further engagement tonight, I'll let Mr McPherson to meet with you separately on this matter. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So I'll ask Mr Bogart if you would also like to come to the podium, please. Thank you, Mr Zamata.
So no response.
No, we're going to organise a time to discuss those with you in depth. So, Mr Bogart, if you'd like to come to the podium, please. Thank you, and you may ask up to 5 questions.
Yep. At the December 25 council meeting, the City of Swans' response to our question about Henley Brook Avenue traffic modelling does not answer the question raised. In our preamble, we stated, the city's answer will be, we have conducted the traffic modelling which has been made available to the public. That is correct. However, that is a mesoscopic modelling study which is supposed to be based on a macroscopic modelling. Indeed, we have had access to the GDH report in which they acknowledge that their work is based on the assumption that Henley Brook Avenue is needed. So no referral to a report or anything like that. The assessment of the need for a road is based on macroscopic modelling, incorporating many scenarios. We have not seen that report. My question is, when will we be able to get a copy of this report?
Thank you. I'll ask Mr McPherson if he could respond, possibly.
Through you, Mr CEO and Madam Chair, yes, we'll have to take that one on notice to familiarise myself with the specific report.
Do you have a second question?
Yes, St Leonard's Creek, like many other creeks in and around the Swan Valley, are ephemeral. That is, they run only for short periods during the year. By using the St Leonard's Creek as a drain, the nature of this catchment changes and its natural habitat changes as well. So my question is, what environmental assessment has the City of Swan carried out to justify to change the St Leonard's Creek to a drain?
Oh, Mr McPherson, thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair, I'll have to investigate that one further and take that on notice as well and provide a fulsome response.
Thank you. Did you have a third question?
In answer to my question in the December Council meeting, the City states, the City can confirm that water has been treated as per City dewatering and testing guidelines. St Leonard Creeks is of a ephemeral nature. The fact that water is running in December indicates that the city's dewatering and testing guidelines are not fit for purpose. That is also evident in other areas on the Swan Valley, for example, at Dayton. So my question is, how is the city planning to use this information to update the dewatering and testing guidelines?
Mr McPherson.
Through you, Madam Chair, I suspect there's 2 different things in that, the volume that's flowing through the drainage network and also the quality of that drainage. One of the things that we would do is we would review the data and the outputs and the testing results to help inform some of the inputs that are going into that drainage network, and that would inform us having discussions with the relevant parties and whoever's contributing to that drainage network to ensure that proper treatments are in place prior to the water entering the drainage network and then to its final destination.
And a 5th one?
A fourth one. As part of the answer on my question in the December Council, the City states, following the November Ordinary Council meeting, the City has become aware of water flowing into St Leonard's Creek from upstream development within Henley Brook. In 2025, at every council meeting, there were comments made, questions asked about water problems due to urban development. The community would expect the City to be proactive and check out any other potential areas where flooding problems could occur in and around urban development and near the Swan Valley. Why did it take till November, after a question at council meeting, to become aware that water is an issue with urban development?
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, can I move another 10 minutes?
Thank you, councillor Bowman. I'll ask for a seconder. Thank you, councillor Howlett. Is anyone against? It's carried. Mr McPherson, if you're able to answer that, please.
Through you, Madam Chair, I can't answer before my time starting at the city, but what I have found in my first couple of months here is that there is indeed some isolated areas of the city which are prone to flooding and do have water management issues. Part of the body of the work that we're doing in the background is actually consolidating some of those hotspots, for lack of a better word, and then assessing what that spectrum of issues looks like to better inform decisions going forward and report back to council accordingly.
All right, thank you very much.
That's
And
it.
thank you
Thank
for your
you.
questions. Now I'll ask Ms Maripodi if she would like to come to the podium. And thank you. You also have up to 5 questions. I'll just note that as notice was given to these questions, they'll be taken on notice, but if you'd just like to ask the 5 questions.
Okay, thank you. Good evening. My name is Viola Maripodi, and my questions tonight are with regards to the map that Wattle Fairway have just released for the development of fairway villages in Paradise Keys, Ballajura, and specifically for the southern side of Paradise Keys. The whole southern section of Paradise Keys is a mapped bushfire-prone area. Therefore, a bushfire management plan must accompany a development application, and all reports must comply with guidelines for planning in a bushfire-prone area, the State Planning Policy 3.7 AS 3959 and the LPS regulations of 2015. Question 1. An amended scheme number 23 for lot 501 Paradise Keys, Ballajura, was in the November 25, 2022 Government Gazette. Condition 1, A2 and B2 was for a boundary setback of 6 metres from the northern rear boundary and the lower eastern boundary, and that the setback shall be landscaped and not used for car parking or vehicle access. This was done in Wattle Fairway's concept plan and in the City of Swan's 2nd September 2025 Emu Swamp revegetation map. Why have Wattle Fairway now omitted this setback from the lower eastern boundary in their latest map?
Thank you.
Question 2.
Oh, yes, we'll take them on notice. Thank you.
Okay. Under State Planning Policy 3.7, Planning in Bushfire-Prone Areas, Section 6.6, Vulnerable or High-Risk Land Uses, 6.61 and 6.62 would apply. However, the only BAL assessment report I have been able to access is dated 25th of July 2022. In this report, to reduce the APZ level from a BAL FZ to a BAL 29, there is a requirement of a boundary offset of 13 to 19 metres from the southern boundary. In Wattle Fairway's latest map, why are lots 72 to 77 shown to back directly onto the southern boundary with no 13 to 19 metre setback to achieve the recommended lower BAL 29 level? Question 3. Can I go on? Or?
Yep.
Yes, thank you.
Question 3. 5.3, subdivision in bushfire-prone areas states non-binding agreements between neighbouring landowners regarding the ongoing management of vegetation on adjoining property in order to achieve a reduced BAL rating are not supported. Therefore, why is the City of Swan allowing Emu Swamp Reserve, which is a Category 1 wetland, a listed Aboriginal registered site, has a 2 hectare Hepburn Avenue offset agreement and is protected under the Aboriginal Heritage Act of 1972 to be used as an APZ for the adjoining development site when it is the responsibility of the developer to use his own land to comply with all the necessary legislation? Okay, I've only got one more. Why does lot 505 appear as public open space when in fact it is part of the 80-metre buffer zone for Emu Swamp Reserve and is to be fenced off and revegetated. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your questions tonight,
Thank you.
and we'll take those on notice. Question?
Will those questions be given to, will they be written to councillors, or are you going to put them in the report next week? Who's dealing with that one?
Thank you.
Thank
Will they be put in the report for next month,
you.
or will we? I've got it on.
Thank you. And as requested through the chair, as with any matters we provide and responses to, a written response we provide. Those responses will also appear in the minutes of the meeting.
Okay. Now I'll ask if Ms Francesca Irwin would like to come to the podium, and she's welcome to ask up to 5 questions. Francesca? Yeah.
Thank you. It's only one question for myself and one from Patrick, who's been unavoidably delayed. So can I read his out? They're only short.
We have only 2 minutes left of that
That's
extension
right.
time.
They'll do it.
Thank you.
So we're speaking on behalf of Blackadder Woodbridge Catchment Group as well. My name is Francesca Irwin. Question 1. The City of Swan espouses the intent of working in partnership with local community groups. But what mechanism and constructive channel of communication has the City of Swan provided in the past, or will in the future, to enable groups to provide their invaluable knowledge and perspective on whether the destruction of an LNA is unavoidable, such as with Henley Brook Avenue, or what the offset consists of, such as Hepburn Avenue offset at Emu Swamp? Without a mechanism, how will the City of Swan move beyond intent and lip service to the physical outcome?
Thank you. We'll take that on notice. Yeah, I'll definitely take that on notice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Apologies, we're up to a time limit because
That's
we've
right.
extended it twice. And
Just
if you
one
ask
more.
that second question.
So when the city's draft biodiversity strategy went out for public comment in 2015, Blackadder Woodbridge Catchment Group provided the city with detailed evidence and mapping to support the nomination of several areas of native vegetation for inclusion in the LNA mapping. 3 of those, Everline Reserve, Lloyd Street Railway Reserve and Stratton Creek Reserve, contain a threatened ecological community known as Floristic Community Type 3C of the Swan Coastal Plain. Those areas of native vegetation satisfy the ecological criteria for LNA, but have still not been included in the latest mapping. We see that the consultant contracted to do the mapping also works for property developers that regularly apply to clear bushland in the City of Swan for new residential developments. The question is, what criteria do you set to avoid conflict of interest for the appointment of consultants? And given this example, should you be reconsidering it?
Oh, thank you very much for those questions, and staff will respond to those. So thank you. And do you have a copy of those written questions? We could just leave that with staff. Thank you. Someone will just grab that. Thank you very much, Ms. Irwin. Now, due to a time constraints, we're going to move to part 6, which is public statement time. Registration for public statement time at council meetings was required by 10 a.m. this morning on Wednesday the 10th of December, by 10 a.m. Wednesday 10th of December 2025. Public statements are for general matters of the city and not for items on the agenda, and we have not had any requests for public statements. Part 7, petitions. We've had no petitions presented that need tabling at this meeting this evening. We move to part 8, deputations. All deputations for items on the agenda were heard at the agenda forum held on the 4th of February 2026. Part 9, announcement by the presiding member. I don't have anything this evening. And part 10, which is a leave of absence. Are there any council members requesting a leave of absence? No? If there is, if you could please hand them up to the CEO. Part 11, confirmation of minutes. 11.1, confirmation of minutes of the ordinary meeting on the council held on the 10th of December 2025. Be confirmed with adding the following text to the final resolution to the published minutes at item 14.5.3, which was rates and revenue plan and review of the UV properties. No member had spoken on Deputy Mayor Zanino's alternate motion prior to the procedural motion being put. So this matter cannot be brought forward until it is included in an agenda and will resume at the point of interruption. So I just need to ask if I can have a mover, please. Thank you, councillor Bowman. And a seconder? Thank you, Deputy Zanino. Is anyone against? No, that's carried. Thank you. So part 12, which is business left over from previous meetings if it was adjourned, and there was none. And we move to part 13, which is the adoption of those recommendations contained in the items not withdrawn. For the benefit of the community members observing the meeting, the council uses an en bloc method of decision making. So this means that the agenda items where council supports the officer recommendation are not debated separately. Once the vote is taken on all of the items and the officer recommendation is therefore the decision of council. The following items have not been withdrawn for individual consideration and will be dealt with via the en bloc method. Therefore, the officer recommendation will be the decision of council. And these are 14.4.1, which is the proposed permanent road closure to portion of Raphael Road in Bullsbrook. 14.5.1, which is the financial management report for the period ending 30th November 2025. 14.5.2, this is the financial management report for the period ending 31st of December 2025. 14.5.3, which is the list of accounts paid in November 2025. 14.5.4, list of accounts paid for December 2025. And 14.5.5 was the change in basis of valuation. And 16.3 was the leasing of 211 Henley Street, Henley Brook. And I'll ask, can I please have a mover? Who is it? Councillor Miles was first, and a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Congerton. Is there anyone against? No, it's carried. Thank you. And we move to part 14. This is the reports withdrawn for debate or absolute majority vote is required. The following reports have been withdrawn for debate or have an absolute majority vote in accordance with the Meeting Procedures Local Law 2023, and they'll be dealt with by council individually. First, we have 14.1.1. This is the remuneration of presiding and deputy presiding members of our Audit, Risk and Improve Committee, and you'll find that on page 8. So the proposed motion by Councillor Henderson, and I'll just add that in the event of Councillor Henderson's motion is lost, I'll need a council member to please foreshadow the officer's recommendation. Thank you, Councillor Henderson. If you'd like to read out your motion.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The motion as presented had a couple of minor deficiencies, and the following has been supported by staff. I move that Council resolve to 1. Approve the meeting attendance fee payable to the independent presiding member of the Audit, Risk and Improvement Committee to be the maximum fee allowable under Table 8A of Part 6.4A of the Local Government CEO and Elected Members Determination Variation Number 1 of 2025, and as determined from time to time by the Salaries and Allowance Tribunal. Number 2, approve the meeting attendance fee payable to the independent deputy presiding member of the Audit, Risk and Improvement Committee be 75% of the maximum fee allowable under Table 8A of Part 6.4A of the Local Government CEO and Elected Members Determination Variation Number 1 of 2025, and as determined from time to time by the Salaries and Allowance Tribunal, should the deputy president member be required to preside for an entire meeting, they will be compensated as the presiding member of that meeting. And the reason the officer's recommendation 1 and 2 were unclear and require clarification to ensure that council resolves in transparent and unambiguous.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Congerton. There you go. No, does anyone anyone against? No, that's carried. Thank you. So we move to 14.1.2. This is activities in thoroughfares and public places and trading local law. This is on page 28, and this is also an absolute majority vote required. So I'll just remind councillors that this has been withdrawn for an absolute majority vote. Can I please have a mover of the officer's recommendation? But just before we do that, I just need to read this out. As we said, 14.1.2, activities in thoroughfares and public places and trading local law, page 28, absolute majority vote required. The purpose of this local law is to provide for the regulation, control and management of activities on local government property throughout the district. And the effect of this local law is to establish the requirements with which any persons using or on thoroughfares or local government property or wanting to trade on local government property within the district must comply.
Madam Mayor, I move that the matter be deferred to the next meeting such that the matters that I've raised can be dealt with.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Just one moment. So it was to move it to the next meeting, which would be on, what was that date? We don't. Okay.
Sorry? That's what I'm thinking of doing rather than defer.
Did you mean to defer it to the next item or actually move it to the next meeting?
Apologies, to defer it to the next meeting of council
That's what you did say.
such that
Yes.
the matters that I've raised can be dealt with within the proposed local law.
Okay, thank you, Mr CEO.
Thank you. And Councillor Henderson, that's not a procedural motion. A procedural motion would have to be in accordance with section 9.1. That's not one of the matters for a procedural motion. A deferral, which would have been an alternate motion, could have been something you'd raised to date, but it's not a procedural motion.
I'll move the officer's recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman.
Seconder,
Seconder.
Councillor Zanette.
Thank you, Councillor Miles. Is anyone against?
No,
Oh,
we've
my
got to deal
apologies.
with we've got an amendment required, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
We need an amendment from Councillor
So,
Zanino.
Councillor Zanino, amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The amendment is to change the title of clause 9.7 to include offences and include new clause 1, 9.7, offences and general penalty. And the addition is 1, a person who fails to do anything required or directed to be done under this local law, or who does anything which under this local law a person is prohibited from doing, commits an offence. And the reason is currently in the consolidated local laws, there is a general offence provision which allows the city to prosecute an offence. However, with the deconsolidation, each local law, and as it's gazetted, needs to provide for an offence provision to allow for the city to prosecute an offence if it is if it elects to.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder?
You can second if you wish, Madam Mayor.
I'm happy to second that. Question?
Amendment?
Sorry.
Is that an amendment?
Yeah.
May I ask what words were added or removed, because it seemed like it was being changed?
Ms. Hodgins?
Thank you.
Through you, presiding member, the amendment is to amend clause 9.7 to include the offences. Because at the moment, the way it's drafted, it doesn't provide for offences.
So, follow-up question, Madam Mayor. So, am I hearing correctly that it wasn't add to or eliminate, it was to change? Is that what I heard from the Manager of Governance?
Ms. Hodgins.
Through you, presiding member, I think the way in which I have viewed it is that it's an amendment to what is currently before council.
Thank you.
I've got a question.
Question?
Isn't it up to Councillor Zanino to explain his amendment?
Pardon?
Isn't it up to Councillor Zanino to explain why his amendment is an amendment and not an alternate motion? It's not the governance officer's job.
He did in his reasoning, thank you. So I seconded that motion. I'll ask, is anyone against the motion?
Point of order, Madam Mayor.
Point of order?
8.36 A, and then you're going to have a problem and you'll have to go to probably B. You second the motion, so you've got to vacate the chair.
8.3 B, 6 and B. 0.6 A.
He's the mover of the motion.
Okay. So councillor Zanina was the mover of the motion.
You asked for that. You asked.
Asked for a seconder? Yes, thank you.
Simply goes to the deputy mayor to chair according to 8.36.
Thank you. So I'm happy to hand that to the deputy mayor.
Point of order, Madam Mayor.
Point of order, councillor Bowman.
8.36
Just one moment, councillors.
The intent there would be now the deputy mayor is presiding member, and you will need to then go back to 8.36, so he can't chair it either.
Thank you. Now, just one moment, please.
So through the chair. So council can opt for someone else to chair the item, or it can let the proposed amendment fall away, in which case then we move back to where we are. But if I just add the requirements identified by our chief or our general counsel, that's not Ms Hodgins, Mr Peter Lee, is that there is a shortfall in the current local law, and that we have no general prosecution basis once we've deconsolidated and wasn't realised at the time. Now, whilst we're only in the proposal to advertise, that's the making effect, we've got an issue that we need to deal with. So I would recommend then, Madam Chair, in order to allow for this, council appoint someone else to chair the meeting for this item.
Thank you.
I move that Councillor Bowman chair this part of the meeting.
Do I have a seconder? Thank you, councillor Ringo. Is anyone against? No? Councillor Bowman?
Happy for me to do it here, Madam Mayor? Okay, we'll go to the mover of the amendment, Councillor Zanino.
Thank you, Mr Acting Chair. I have nothing further to add. I think that it's been appropriately explained by the Governance Officer and the CEO.
The second of the motion, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I'll reserve my right of reply.
Anyone would like to speak against? No? Then I'll put it.
It becomes carried.
Councillor Catalano, would you like to speak against?
No, I don't want to speak against it, thank you, but I am against it.
Okay, with that, I will put the amendment. All those in favour? There was no rebuttal, nothing was said. Councillor Johnson? So I'll put the amendment. All those in favour? We have Madam Mayor, Councillor Dean, Councillor Ringo, Councillor McCulloch, Councillor Miles, Councillor Congadin, Councillor Takira, Deputy Mayor Councillor Zanino, Councillor Henderson, Councillor Pradovnik, and those against. We have Councillor Catalano, we have Councillor Bowman, we have Councillor Johnson, and we have Councillor Hallett. I declare the amendment carried, and I'll hand it back to you, Madam Mayor.
It was carried 10-4. Thank you, councillor Bowman.
We now move back to the standard motion, Madam Mayor.
But he's going to continue, or I can go back and check.
You can. You haven't moved the substantive motion. Who was the substantive motion mover?
Councillor Miles, was it?
Who was the substantive motion mover?
Councillor Henderson. Nope.
No, Councillor Bowman.
Okay. Miles. Yep, there. Okay. Councillor Bowman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, I move this motion, but I'll be speaking against this motion now. Madam Mayor, making changes at this late stage is not good governance. To not have that provided to us beforehand is not good governance. I don't know what the impact is. We are only going out to advertise. If this was such a substantial change, then perhaps Councillor Henderson's deferral should have occurred, but it's too late now. So all I can say, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bowman.
I won't be speaking.
Thank you. Okay. So we're back now to seconder, and I'll ask, is anyone against? Thank you. Councillor Johnson.
Don't plan to speak.
Anyone like to speak for? Anyone like to speak against? Councillor Henderson.
Briefly, councillors, there are a couple of matters here that need to be looked at. If we progress this quickly, we should be able to get on top of it by the next meeting, and I think we should get it right. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak for or against? If not, write a reply.
None.
Thank you. So I'll ask those in favour. Deputy Mayor, myself, and those against. Councillor Catalano, Councillor Dean, Councillor Ringo, Councillor Bowman, Councillor McCulloch, Councillor Takiro, Councillor Miles, Councillor Congerton, and we had Councillor Brodovnik and Councillor Johnson and Councillor Howlett. Lost to 12-2, thank you.
Just note, Madam Mayor, in accordance with our meeting procedures, the matter can't come back for 3 months.
Okay.
I think that's the basis of it.
Is that correct?
That's the issue for your matter being lost. I know that applies for a notice of motion, but I believe it also applies to matters before this.
Okay, do I need to read this bit here or no? Not that there.
Through the chair, just confirming that my understanding was, as a matter's now been lost, that it's your deconsolidation of your local law, and knowing that local law will expire before the end of the year, and as general provincial is the matter, if it's lost, it can't come back for 3 months. Just note that's going to be the risk that you may well get to the end of the year and not have a local law that will be operable covering any of these matters listed in this issue. So I just draw your attention to that, having made your decision to vote the local law down.
Okay. Councillors, we move to 14.2.1, and this is the adoption of draft local biodiversity action plan on page 84. Proposed motion by Councillor Catalano, and I'll just mention, in the event of Councillor Catalano's motion is lost, I will need a council member to please foreshadow the officer's recommendation. If you'd like to read out your motion, please.
Thank you. That council resolves to 1. Not adopt the final local biodiversity action plan. 2. Request the CEO develop a local biodiversity action plan with the following actions and outcomes. A. To include a definition of biodiversity as was included in the previous local biodiversity strategy. B. By the end of August 2026, constitute through a self-nominating process a local biodiversity action plan steering committee consisting of all stakeholders, e.g. city, developers, councillors, local environmental community groups, private landowners. 2. 1. Determine within 12 months a set of deliverable and measurable goals for biodiversity protection and enhancement in the City of Swan. And 2. Determine within 12 months practical actions with measurable outcomes to achieve these goals within set timelines, which may include rate rebates for private property owners. C. Mapping. 1. The city to develop accurate and publicly accessible layered mapping of local natural areas, bush forever and other reserves and remnant bushlands on intramaps, and if I could just add in there, or similar mapping system. If you could put that in there, please. Intramaps or similar mapping system. On intramaps or or similar mapping system in the next 12 months. 2, the city to provide a GIS mapping system accessible to community groups to add local information about local natural areas, remnant bushlands and ecological linkages within the next 12 months. 3, the mapping to include local natural areas and degraded bushland for potential future restoration to local natural area standard. D, the city to work collaboratively with the local biodiversity action plan steering committee to 1, develop the mapping, and 2, commence designing and developing ecological linkages parallel to the layered mapping, prioritising City of Swan owned land. E, the local biodiversity action plan actions to be reviewed annually in a report from the steering committee to council. F, the city to promote biodiversity protection enhancement and its value to the community through the Thinking Green program and other opportunities. 3, request the CEO to develop a budget to be included in the 26-27 budget to support the development of the local biodiversity action plan in accordance with this motion. Reasons for motion. 1, it is not acceptable for the local biodiversity action plan in the local biodiversity action plan that degraded bushland be abandoned. 2, recognition that bushland, even if it is not good condition, contributes to biodiversity, in particular to native fauna, e.g. black cockatoos, and this is supported by significant planning instruments. 3, recognition that any bushland adjacent to a local natural area has a vital role to play in maintaining the standard and integrity of the local natural area. 4, recognition that all bushland, city parks, verges and reserves can be linked to form ecological corridors for people as well as local flora and fauna to coexist, as they already do in some city suburbs. And that's City of Swan suburbs, by the way. It's not City of Perth, it's City of Swan suburbs. 5, recognition that the unique endemic flora and fauna of the southwest of Western Australia is an international biodiversity hotspot, and the City of Swan and its residents and ratepayers are responsible for the stewardship of the portion that is within our local government boundaries. 6, recognition there is overwhelming support in the community for actions and outcomes that deliver improvement in biodiversity protection and enhancement. 7, recognition that mapping currently is deficient and unusable. 8, urban tree policy should refer to the Biodiversity Action Plan and not the other way around, so that verges and parks are planted with local species to become ecological linkages between local natural areas and other bushland. 9, state, commonwealth and local government planning instruments support the retention and rehabilitation of degraded and even single trees, including referral guidelines for 3 WA threatened black cockatoo species, the EPBC Act, which is a Commonwealth Act, approved conservation advice for the Banksia woodlands of the Swan Coastal Plain Ecological Community. 10, the city's own Policy 104 environmental planning and local planning strategy on page 1 identifies protecting the environment as one of its major features because, in quote, the city contains some of Perth's most important environmental assets and is part of an internationally recognised biodiversity hotspot, end quote, and that it seeks, that's the planning strategy seeks to, end quote, ensure that the city accommodates growth in a way that does not negatively impact on the environment and responds to the challenge of planning for climate change.
end quote. 11. The area's local biodiversity represents a massively underutilised tourism income and employment opportunity. This is a sustainable resource for residents and visitors alike. For example, Tourism Research Australia has stated that in the year to June 2024, in Australia, over $3.2 billion was spent on travel that involved birdwatching, $2.6 billion from international visitors. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Catalano. I'll ask, do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Howlett. Is there anyone against? Do you wish to debate it? Thank you. Councillor Catalano.
I'm told at strategic community plan meetings there was overwhelming support for environmental protection. Now 34 written submissions, some very detailed. The community has high expectations the council will take the lead to protect and enhance biodiversity in the City of Swan, and the community wants to be involved. I've been active in biodiversity protection and rehabilitation for over 30 years. Our group commented on the city's first biodiversity strategy. Since then, we've seen biodiversity in decline. Subspecies become extinct, destroyed forever. Over the last 10 years, our group has records showing commoner bird species have become more common, while uncommon species are gone. The truth is, to date, the city's biodiversity strategies have failed to halt biodiversity decline. Incentivising landowners through a rate rebate to look after biodiversity on their own private land is the only new action proposed in this action plan. It's not enough. Private owners, after all, can apply to have every bit of their flora and fauna on their land bulldozed, and who can stop them? As a starting point, this document should but fails to investigate and explain how practical actions for preserving the diversity of the natural world in our local and government area can coexist alongside private property rights and profit. This has to start with dialogue between stakeholders. That's why the community has asked me to propose a steering committee. The community expects council and its stewardship to endorse a whole community-led initiative to protect and enhance biodiversity in the City of Swan. This is now the only way forward. Why protect biodiversity? We have the privilege of living in the southwest of Western Australia, which is one of the world's international biodiversity hotspots. Recognised for its high endemic plant diversity with over 10,000 species found nowhere else in the world. Species mostly unable to live anywhere else in the world. Page 1 of the city's local planning strategy identifies that protecting the environment is one of its major features, as I've already said. When it was signed in 1992, the Convention on Biological Diversity, Australia took responsibility for preserving and enhancing unique international natural assets. The world is watching us. Practically, the city can do so much. It can practically use its land, parks, reserves and verges to design future urban corridors or ecological linkages of biodiversity. Instead, I read reluctance in this report. On page 112, staff promote, quote, plant exotic species that can thrive in local conditions, unquote, when obviously and clearly it is local plants that are the most evolved to thrive in these local conditions.
Thank you very much, Councillor Catalano. I'll ask Councillor Howlett as the seconder.
Madam Mayor, can I move an extension of 2 minutes?
Have a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Howlett. Is anyone against? An extension for a minute? 2 minutes, so I can't quite hear you. Thank you, Councillor Johnson.
On page 110 of this report, and this has also been given to me, staff state Polyphagus shothole borer precludes the planting of marries as street trees, but they staff do not give the full state government advice, which is, quote, consideration should be given to the risk and reward of planting species that may be susceptible, but they should also provide consideration also should be given to plants that provide a demonstrated ecosystem service, unquote. Marri trees are the prime food source for all three Carnaby's cockatoos, and of course they provide demonstrated ecosystem service. I shouldn't have to point this out. We need to have the full advice given to us, councillors as well as the community. Offsets I've already heard about from Ballajura residents. Emu Swamp is a conservation wetland and was promised offsets by the city in exchange for the destruction of bushland for Hepburn Avenue, but the offsets never happened. How can the community continue to trust an in-house team without any partnership with the community? The mapping is deficient and unreliable, and we've already heard tonight that at least three threatened ecological floristic communities on city-owned land in the Midland area alone that satisfy 2 or 3 of the 7 local natural area criteria listed on page 9 were reported to the city more than 10 years ago by my friends group. Yet, like Horse Swamp, none of them are on the map.
Thank you, Councillor Catalano, and that was a 2-minute extension. Councillor Howlett as the seconder.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillors, this is a great alternate motion. It attends to the concerns noted in the submissions, brings together all stakeholders and creates a foundation for a local biodiversity action plan that will succeed. Councillors, this could put the City of Swan on the map for all the right reasons, showing us as leaders in purposeful, collaborative engagement. A local biodiversity action plan steering committee consisting of city staff, developers, councillors, local environmental community groups and private landowners is a key to the success of the local biodiversity action plan. We are all invested, which is why I found it profoundly disappointing to read the officer's comment that it would not be possible to properly conceive and constitute a forum of this kind in the timeframe suggested, and further, that such a committee to be untenable due to power imbalances and the polarity of objectives, assuming it would be unlikely that suitable compromise positions could be found. What a disappointing statement. Do city staff seriously believe that developers, councillors, local environmental community groups, private landowners and city staff can't find common ground and purpose that is needed for the local biodiversity action plan to succeed? The local biodiversity action plan will never and can never succeed without the buy-in of all stakeholders, and the only way to get that buy-in is through a steering committee with meaningful, real engagement and where all voices and considerations are heard and worked through. The city shares the responsibility for the environment with everyone, with all stakeholders. It can't do it alone, and it acknowledges that. It needs the local expertise born from thousands and thousands of hours of volunteers, the critical knowledge that developers hold of market expectation and growth communities, the connection to place from private landowners and our own passionate and committed staff and councillors. I foresee the creation of a local biodiversity action plan steering committee as a game changer, as a functional apparatus powerful in knowledge and expertise to inform and drive the local biodiversity action plan for a commonly defined purpose. And that is what the residents and ratepayers of the City of Swan expect from us. This is how the local biodiversity action plan will succeed.
Thank you very much, Councillor Howlett. I'll ask, is there any councillor who wishes to speak against the motion? Thank you, Councillor Henderson.
Councillors, we already took the first steps. We developed a plan. And I thought when that plan was developed, first start was a good idea. We did, however, defer it to get further depth, if you like, into the document, and I do believe that was worthwhile. But I think the key thing here is that how much longer do you want to pull this apart? How much longer do you want to keep turning it over with churn? What we have is a workable document in terms of the current document before us. Now, I think if we look at the outcomes that we can achieve, absolutely we can. But I do want to concentrate on a couple of points that have been raised in respect of the budget. Now, the proposal within this motion is that we put some money into undertaking another plan or another process. Councillors, I hope you all realise we're looking down the barrel of a significant rate rise this year. I'm talking significant. We have a fundamental problem. The fundamental problem is inflation. Now, we can put money into whatever we like. We can take money out of whatever we like. The point I'll make is that an open statement about an amount being dealt with during the budget, that concerns me, because that will effectively drive something that, in fact, we don't have enough detail on. So that's that one. The other one is in terms of the overwhelming support in the community for actions. Well, I don't see overwhelming support. I saw 34 submissions. Now, admittedly, some of those were groups and organisations who are very passionate about what they do, and certainly I am passionate about our environment as well. The fact of the matter is that I don't see any data that supports that argument, number 6. And as for the proposal for a committee, I really do think it's impossible to suggest that you can get people of opposing views in a room to discuss and argue the issues. That would be untenable. Councillors, I will be foreshadowing the officer's recommendation with amendments should this fail.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. I'll ask anyone to speak for the motion. Councillor Johnson.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. The two main points I'm going to make about this. Councillor Catalano's motion talks in terms of dates and talks in terms of determine within 12 months a set of deliverable and measurable goals. And that is what I think is missing in the existing biodiversity action plan. I questioned about that during the agenda forum. But what I want to talk about actually is the impact of actually having a biodiversity action plan, and in particular draw Council's attention to section 2D2, where the motion says commence designing and developing ecological linkages parallel to the layered mapping, prioritising City of Swan owned land. Well, what would be the effect of actually having an ecological linkage on city owned land? Well, I've got an actual example from my own street where the Guildford Verge gardeners transformed a substantial part of the verge near to my house into basically a beautiful park full of native vegetation. And I thought for a long time, oh, isn't this nice? But then I discovered it's actually had a practical effect to the fauna in the area as well. So in our backyard, which previously had nothing in it but dogs and cats, suddenly now we've got quenda. I'd never seen a quenda until I saw one walk across my lawn. We've got quenda holes everywhere now. They're digging up the plants, so this is the effect you're going to get. But it just goes to show that if you make a small change to to piece of city-owned land, to turn it into a natural environment, the animals will follow. Suddenly, we've got an absolutely amazing environment. So, councillors, that's the kind of practical outcome that we're going to get from having an actionable biodiversity action plan. You'll see real results. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. I'll ask anyone like to speak against the motion. Anyone like to speak for the motion? Anyone like to speak against the motion? If not, your right of reply.
Thank you. Well, the reason why we're not going to just push on with a deficient action plan is because we just end up with the same old that we've had the last 20 years, which has led to, well, basically our environment well, basically the biodiversity becoming, well, less and less. So the reason why we've got to do it this way now is we've got to get it right. And it's all very well, there was all these meetings and people put in submissions, but the community, they really want more. They want to have a stake in this. And if they want to have a stake, then we need to get these other people around. We need to get the private landowners around. We need to get the developers around. We need to get the staff on. Everybody has to get on board with this because we are losing time. Actually, you might think it's costly on the rates, but I can think of lots of projects that I like to see deferred and actually money put into this because the costs, the costs to our children and our grandchildren in the future from environmental degradation and loss of biodiversity, it's just immeasurable. Do your homework is a little bit more than, next year's budget. This is, we're facing environmental calamity and we've got to wrestle with it, and we've got to wrestle with it as a community. And that's all stakeholders. And, it's not good enough to say, oh, people of opposing views, it's an untenable situation. Right now, we've got around this table people with opposing views, but it's not untenable. It's, how we get things done. And maybe everybody doesn't like it, but that's where the issues get aired and the public hears it. It's the transparent process. This is what has to happen now. This has to happen now. And this idea that we can coexist with nature, go up to Stratton. Go up to Stratton, that...
Point of order, Madam Mayor.
Just one moment, Councillor Canlone, if you'd like to resume your seat. Councillor Hender, what was your point of order?
8.10.4.
Sorry, what was that?
8.10.4.
Yep, and your point of order?
Should be dealing with rebutting what is said rather than
Thank
continuing
you.
the debate.
Yep, I'll uphold your point of order. Thank you. If you could just stick to the points that were raised in your debate, please.
Yes, well, we can afford to have to coexist with nature. That's been proved in Stratton. That's been proved in the Vines. People have beautiful environments there, beautiful trees. They live with them. The cockatoos are there. And if we even just have small incentives like these gardens, we can bring back animals. What a paradise. And that's where we should be going. The whole world has got their eyes on us, and we need to step up to it. And we need to step up to it now.
Thank you, Councillor Catalano. All right, I'll put that to the vote. Those in favour? Councillor Catalano and Councillor McCulloch and Councillor Takiro and Councillor Johnson and Councillor Howlett. Yep, Councillor Budovnik, thank you. And those against is myself, Councillor Dean, Councillor Ringo, Councillor Bowman, Councillor Miles, Councillor Congerton, Councillor Zanino, Councillor Henderson. Thank you. And that is lost. 6-8. Thank you. Now, Councillor Henderson, you want to foreshadow the officer's recommendation?
Madam Mayor, I have some amendments to what is in the officer's report, as I said in my foreshadow. You want me to read those amendments first, or?
Well, we're going to move the officer's recommendation. So,
okay.
Do I have a seconder? Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Miles.
Amendment.
So I was going to then
read
move an
it
amendment
first.
because I haven't spoken yet.
Thank you.
I can because I haven't spoken.
Yes, you need to read that out first. Oh no, Councillor, you can. Councillor Bowman, thank you.
So, Madam Mayor, on page 202, point 4, A, B and C.
All right.
Maybe the mover and seconder can include them in the
I'll just let
motion
them
if they're
have a
happy.
Madam Mayor, can I request Councillor Bowman repeats his amendment?
Councillor
That's
Bowman?
Page 202, it's point 4. I can read it for those who can't find 202. It's require actions 1.3, 1.4, 1.5, 1.6, 1.7, 1.9, 1.10 and 1.11 to be progressed by the city and reported on through the annual environmental key result areas reporting process. B, staff to address actions 1.1, 1.2 and 1.8 in the relevant 26-27 business plans and budget for council's consideration. And C, staff in relation to action 1.7 to continue to work with friends of groups to prepare improvement plans where volunteer resources allowed to prepare a long-term project plan for the management of city-owned land for consideration in 26-27 business plan and budget.
So
Councillor
yes,
Henderson?
that's the officer's recommendation, yes, and
Thank you.
and
Accept
then
that.
I said I had some amendments.
Okay.
So through
Just
the,
one
through the
moment.
chair, Councillor Bowman is raising those points as amendments to the local biodiversity action plan, which he can do. Because he's not changing he's not changing, they're simply adding those issues as additional reporting points coming back for it, so it doesn't change the substance of the motion. Councillor Henderson, this was what you were seeking to do, I think, with some additional amendments on it. So you'd first need to consider Councillor Bowman because he's jumped in ahead of you, and he, through the chair.
Thank
I'll
you.
just finish the explanation. So,
Just one moment, councillors.
through the chair, you've got an amendment, you've got to get a seconder for it, and then you can consider that. There can be an amendment to the amendment, which is also one way of Councillor Henderson adding any additional points in, but you've got to get a seconder now for the first amendment.
Madam Mayor, can I ask if the mover and seconder are happy to accept that because no one's actually spoken yet?
Councillor Henderson did nod. Is that correct, Councillor Henderson? You did, yes. Thank you. He did accept it. Okay. So now we need a seconder.
No, you had.
Sorry, I thought we were after a seconder.
So they both agreed.
Thank you. Okay. We're just checking. You're happy with that?
Yeah, so that becomes part of
The substantive?
So that's now part of the substantive motion. It would be open to Councillor Henderson if nobody was objecting to those. That's part of the substantive amendment as it currently sits. Councillor Henderson wanted to add further amendments. He could come back, but so you've got that now as part of the substantive amendment.
Okay. Question, Councillor Catalano?
The person who moves the motion can't amend it, though.
Mr CEO?
Yeah.
So through the chair, in terms of 8.31, a member may move an amendment to a motion at any time during the debate on the substantive motion. So it's a member. If you could tell me where he stopped from moving that, that would be fine, Councillor Catalano. But 8.31 notes a member, that's all persons may move an amendment at any time during the debate.
Question.
Question, Councillor Johnson.
Councillor.
Oh, sorry,
Miles.
Councillor Miles.
I didn't know I sounded quite so
Yeah, it actually did.
sultry like
Thank you.
Councillor Johnson. Can we just make sure we have the wording up there that's correct? Because is it the exact wording from 202 that Councillor Bowman had? No. What did you say then?
So it's on page 202.
Which is what I said.
I'm happy to read it again.
Because it's not up there yet.
So it'd be point 4, because Councillor Henderson moved the office recommendation, which was 1, 2 and 3, and just to make sure everyone's on the same page, which is page 90, he moved to adopt the final local biodiversity action plan, note the attached draft local biodiversity discussion paper, notify all submitters of the council's decisions. I moved the amendment which was actually agreed to by the mover and the seconder, so point 4 that should be on there is require A, actions 1.3, 1.4, 1.5, 1.6, 1.7, 1.9, 1.10 and 1.11 to be progressed by the city and reported on through the annual environmental key result areas reporting process. B, staff to address actions 1.1, 1.2 and 1.8 in the relevant 26-27 budget plans and budget for council's consideration. And C, staff in relation to action 1.7 to continue to work with friends of groups to prepare improvement plans where volunteer resources allow and prepare a long-term project plan for the management of city-owned land for consideration in the 26-27 budget, business plan and budget.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. Just one moment for those in the gallery. I just need to reiterate that it's a condition of entry that no electronic or visual audio recording or transmitting devices or instruments are permitted to be used by any member in the gallery. And a person who breaches this provision of the City of Swan Meeting Procedures Local Law 2023 will be required to immediately please leave the premises. So, thank you. Okay, councillors. Councillor Bowman, we're just waiting for those changes just there.
So that's D1 to so if you pick up D1, you have to retype it.
I'm just doing a little bit of cutting and pasting at the moment for those that are watching online.
So first we've got to move her and the second and we've just got to get it up so everyone can see, Madam Mayor, what where are you at? One will have to change, Dr. Local habitat with as amended, as amended, as amended. Below, I think. You can take it as attached.
And then where do we go once council's read through this now? What's next? They read through it. Ask if that's correct first.
So I believe,
Bowman.
through the chair, that reflects what Councillor Bowman.
I'll just check. Is that correct? You're happy with that?
Now,
Okay.
if there were to be a further amendment by Councillor Henderson, he could add to that.
Okay.
Because it is open to him at any time in the debate to seek a further amendment.
Did you have a further amendment?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. In red below, you'll see 1 to 3. Well, they've actually been conflated, so
Well, you need point 4.
so point 4 has been changed, which is effectively D. So A, B and C are what I'm moving as further additions to the motion, which is include under 1.5 national and state environmental legislation update text to clarify that the actions proposed under the local biodiversity action plan are not binding under the national and state environmental legislative framework, and update text under section 1.3.1 strategic community plan to reflect the latest adopted 2025 strategic community plan, and remove any identified duplications. An example is reference to private land conservation agreements under scoping comments on page 101 of the agenda, and undertake corrections to minor textual errors.
just copy that in first and then look for a seconder. You have to renumber them.
Okay. Councillor Henderson.
No, we'll just.
Oh, I thought he had another amendment.
That's an amendment to an amendment. Do we have a seconder for
A seconder to the amendment?
in the absence of a seconder?
A seconder? Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And is there anyone against? Councillor Bowman?
So we need to debate the, does he want to debate it?
Do you wish to debate it? Yep, thank you. Councillor Henderson.
Councillors, sorry that this has been dragged out. I just want to get things right. The reason that these 3 points were added is that we need to make it clear to people what our responsibilities are in terms of the first matter, and that explains to people in the plan where we sit, along with state and federal. In respect of adopting through the strategic community plan, that's pretty self-evident, and there are some duplication errors and some scoping errors that I have identified with Mr. van der Linde in discussions today and his staff. Hence, that's been added to sort those out. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. I'll ask, would anyone like to speak against?
Madam Mayor, before I do, can we actually have it on the screen so I can
Sorry,
actually
seconder,
see
just-
what's even been moved?
Thank you, we'll put that on screen. Sorry, my apologies. Just wait 1 minute till it's on the screen. Question?
Where are we up to?
Seconder now, so.
What
seconder?
happened to the substantive motion? Is that
This is-
Councillor Bowman's amendment's been adopted?
Yep.
Okay, so we've got these ones now coming up,
Thanks. So we had Councillor
and we haven't got
Henderson.
a vote on substantive motion yet.
No, so I've got
Right,
Councillor
okay.
Miles as the seconder, is that correct? Oh no, it was Councillor, sorry, it was Councillor Zanino, thank you. Sorry, Deputy Mayor Zanino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nothing further to add. Councillor Henderson has explained it quite adequately.
Thank you. And Councillor Bowman, like to speak against?
Madam Mayor, I'll have some questions first. Can the CEO give an oral report to the meeting on those changes, because I haven't got any information in front of me
Thank
what
you.
the impacts are?
Question.
Okay,
I can't see the motion. I don't know what I'm reading, please.
just 1 moment, we'll just get that up on the screen.
So through the chair, the additional points are what are listed as D, E and F. Could you just move the screen up a bit? Thank you. So 1A, B and C has been adopted, 2 and 3 now the substantive motion. D, E and F are the requirements here. So Councillor Henderson and your oral report, Councillor Bowman, Councillor Henderson has picked up a number of minor changes where he's asking, if you go to section 1.5 of the report, that it would cross-reference issues to do with national and state environmental legislation in a little more detail than it currently does. He's also noted under E that the old version of the plan referred to the last strategic community plan, hence the nomenclature change on that. And on point F, if you read the document, there are a couple of sections, and they're very minor, where some duplicated text has been picked up. I give Councillor Henderson his credit. He has wordsmithed and checked everything. We've cross-referenced there on page 101. You'll find there are 2 minor blocks where in the formatting it has just duplicated the text. So he's asking us to do a final check and remove any duplication. These are all very minor in nature. sure he's taking photos. I'll go and speak.
Okay. Okay, so we had councillor Bowman, you had the questions, and would you like to speak against the motion?
Madam Mayor, I will speak against the motion because I think it's a procedural incorrect process that we're actually following here. I do not believe Councillor Henderson, at the move for the original motion, can move an amendment. With that reason, I don't agree with the CEO's advice because you can only move an amendment during motion any time during debate, and debate hadn't occurred, so therefore he couldn't move it, and therefore also if debate had started, he would not be able to move it because he would have spoken. I do see this becoming more of an alternate motion, so on the principle of our adhering to our standing orders, I will vote against Councillor Henderson's amendments, noting that if staff can put that up as amendments and not as a complete motion, because I believe it was being treated as an amendment.
Thank you, councillor Bowman. Last councillor, is there anyone like to speak for the amendment? Anyone like to speak against the amendment? No? You're right to reply.
Before I do, can I ask staff if the process allows me to make those amendments?
Sorry, can you say that a bit louder?
Can I ask staff to confirm, because the way I read the standing orders is that no one had spoken, so I could move those amendments. Is that correct?
Mr CEO?
No one has spoken.
Oh, it does say at any time during debates, then 8.3.
8.3, which one?
1. So I think Councillor Bowman is suggesting that because debate had actually commenced, that during debate. It's read strictly.
We're dealing with this effective 8.39, where an amendment to the amendment is permitted by the presiding member, which has been dealt with as a separate amendment. But I don't know. I think it's got to be considered on its merits, Madam Mayor. I don't know why, otherwise not unopposed.
Okay. So then you're happy? Right of reply?
Yeah.
So councillor Henderson, move to your right of reply.
Thank you, I will.
Just
Councillors,
one moment. Is that a question?
It is actually.
I think
It's,
I've started
the
my,
question
I
wasn't
think I've
answered.
started, Madam Mayor.
You did
There
start.
was a question that wasn't answered.
Can he actually?
And it's actually a very important question because if from now on people who move motions can actually amend motions, we'd like to have that cleared up so that we all know that from here on, anyone who moves a motion can therefore amend motions. So can we have that question, please, cleared up here and now?
Thank you. That's really a debate. Thank you.
Point of order, Madam Mayor. 8.103A. There's no questions asked.
Just slowly, thanks, councillor Bowman.
8.103A. There's no further member can speak or ask questions after you've asked for the right of reply. It'd be great to get that advice during the week, but again, following our standing orders, the right of reply has been asked.
It had, yes. Thank you very much. I'll uphold that. So councillor Henderson.
Question then. What about
it does just say, we've just been through this.
No,
that
this is another
8.10
question.
Councillor Catalano, it does just say,
About-
as councillor Bowman, and I've upheld his point of order, is the right of reply at 10, was, where did I say? 3, thank you. After the move, the standing motion has commenced the reply, and he had commenced.
Okay,
So I'm
I've
going to
got
stick to
another
that.
question.
You can't ask a question, that's what it's saying. After they've begun their right of reply, he must exercise that. So councillor Henderson, if you'd like to continue with your right of reply, please.
I might even start. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Well, you did
So-
actually start the word, so thank
Well,
you.
I think I did too, but anyhow, councillors, I don't want to take your time up on this. These 3 points are simply, in my view, to make this more shall we say, understandable to clear up some little issues. It's not a matter of great urgency in terms of what its outcomes would prepare, but it does resolve some issues that need to be undertaken, particularly around the inclusion of the strategic community plan, but also it's important that we recognise and understand where we stand in terms of national and state environmental legislation. So I encourage you to add these minor parts to finally get this done, because I think we've got to progress and make sure that we get an outcome that the community can work with, and I'm talking about all the committee, not just one or two, but everyone. So please, please support these, and then we'll get on with the final motion.
Okay. Thank you very much, Councillor Henderson. So, councillors, I'm now going to put that to vote. That is, we're voting on the amendments made by Councillor Henderson.
Point of order, Madam Mayor.
What's your point of order, Councillor
I've
Bowman?
asked for the amendment to be put on screen so we all
Okay,
know
yep.
what we're voting for.
Just one
That
moment.
is the motion, that if the amendment is carried...
Thank you. Just wait, we'll just make a
Through
change.
the chair, the amendment is simply to add point D, E and F as shown on the screen.
Question, can we also maximise the word so that we've got the maximum amount of viewing space?
Thank you.
So, if, Madam Mayor, if you could ask the minute clerk to press that
Thank you,
square at
thank
the
you.
top right.
Yep.
Sorry, Madam Mayor.
Just 1 second.
Yeah. Yeah.
Make it green.
So, may I ask if we can make Word occupy the entire screen? So press the maximise button,
Just one
please, so
moment.
we've got the most amount of space. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, Councillor Ringo, you had a question?
It's been done. Thank you.
Okay, councillors, we're going back. Yeah, you can't at the moment. We're going back to voting on the amendment. Okay, so I'm going to ask those in favour of Councillor Henderson's amendment, if you could raise your hand, please. So it's myself, Councillor Dean, Councillor Ringo, Councillor Miles, Councillor Congerton, Councillor Zanino, Councillor Henderson, and those against, Councillor Catalano, Councillor Bowman, Councillor McCulloch, Councillor Takiro, Councillor Brodovnik, Councillor Johnson, and Councillor Howlett.
7 or you get tie vote, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. And that casting vote will be in favour of Councillor Henderson's amendment. Thank you.
Carried on casting vote.
Thank you.
I've got a question.
Question.
My question is, from here on, if you move a motion, if a councillor moves a motion, are they also able to amend their motion?
I'll just confirm with the CEO.
Thank you, and through the chair, as per your meeting procedures, 8.31, which states a member may move an amendment to a motion at any time during debate on the substantive motion, except with clauses A, B or C. So that's what's written there, which means that if you now have a further amendment, that can be considered as part of this, but it is open to anyone to move an amendment to the motion, and if you, I'll leave it at a minute.
Thank you. So now, councillors, move back to Councillor Bowman. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So the next step now is to move back.
You've got the substantive
Motion.
motion, which is in front of you.
Okay. Councillor Bowman.
Madam Mayor, I'm happy to talk, but I wasn't the mover of standard motion. It was Councillor
My
Henderson.
apologies, it was Councillor Henderson. It is quite a difficult process. If we could just keep to it. Thank you, Councillor Henderson.
Councillors, thank you for your endurance. Importantly, I think we've arrived at a position whereby we can carry this forward. Councillors, as I said, it was presented, was deferred for a long time. and a lot of discussion went into it on all sides of the fence, and we've come up with a document that I believe is workable. So councillors, please look at all aspects of it. It's not just simply one aspect where we have got to take one particular path or an environmental aspect of it or a developer aspect of it. It covers everything, it pulls it all together. Councillors, rather than prolong this, I think we're all well aware of it. We saw it when it was first put out, and I think we're at a position now where we can go forward.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. I'll ask, is anyone against? Do you wish to debate it? Thank you, Councillor Catalano.
Thank you. What about the seconder? Are they going to speak or what?
So I did ask as a seconder, but... Do you wish to speak, Councillor Miles?
Okay, I won't.
Thank you. Councillor Catalano.
Thank you. Oh, here we are. Fiddling while biodiversity is destroyed. Congratulations, Council. What we've got is we've got the same old we've had for the last 20 years, and what I've seen is biodiversity decline. So we can be pretty well assured we've got another, 5 or 10 years of biodiversity decline. Congratulations. But we've got staff doing more work, so that's going to be a cost to the ratepayers. And what are we going to get? We're going to get more in-house work. We're not going to have any community consultation. We're not going to have any real stakeholder engagement. We're not going to have any agreement between the community, between developers, with staff, everybody educating each other to try and get their heads around how they're going to preserve and coexist with biodiversity. No, no, no. We're going to have factorials, more factorials. Give it a break. The factorials don't work. This is nothing new. All in-house. There's nothing here to suggest this is going to work. Extra staff time. More than likely, more misinformation, more bad mapping, despite the community trying to, have their input. And please don't again mislead the public by telling the public or by telling myself that the state government does not support the planting of marries as street trees, because they say that we should plant species that are that do have a risk of the shotthole borer, but that we should also plant them if they provide a demonstrated ecosystem service. So, I mean, what a disappointment. What a disappointment. We don't have long. The community, our environment doesn't have long, but here we are. Same old for another 5 years, but more factorials.
Thank you, Councillor Catalano. I'll ask anyone like to speak for the motion. Anyone like to speak against the motion? Thank you, Councillor Howlett.
Thank you. I'll just keep it brief. What a missed opportunity, councillors. We're going to continue on business as usual. I struggle to see how annual reporting through the KRAs will make an ounce of difference other than another percentage lowering and every time we see those KRAs presented to us. This was an opportunity for the city to shine, for the city to be a leader, for the city to be a collaborative bringer of people together, and I'm very disappointed that we've reached the same as it always was. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Howlett. I'll ask anyone like to speak for the motion. Anyone like to speak against the motion? No, you're right to reply.
Just a couple of points. Councillors, I think this is a great day. We've finally got to a point where we can get this done. A disappointment? Wow. A disappointment would be throwing it back in the bin and starting again. This is a great day that we're actually getting on with something. Factorials. Well, I won't go there. As for a missed opportunity, councillors, this opportunity presented itself last year. It's been going on for quite a number of years, and we're finally getting on to making this happen. It's a good starting point, it's a great starting point, and it's not about the staff sitting around the lunch table talking about how they're going to make it happen at all. It's about getting everyone together to agree on how we progress with our biodiversity. And I mean everyone. That's not just one group or another group. So there was a slogan in the City of Swan.
Point of order.
Just one moment, Councillor Henderson, if you'd like to resume your seat. Councillor Hallett, what was your point of order?
It is
Just quote the-
7.21F, presentation of false or misleading information. Councillor Henderson said it brings everyone together, everyone. I fail to see where that is in the plan.
Thank you very much. I'll uphold that point of view. Councillor Henderson, would you like to continue, please?
And I object, by the way, to your ruling, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Just to be clear, everyone does get an opportunity. As I said, going back a number of years, this council had an idea about where we progress and how we progress. It was called Let's Make It Happen. I've got a hat, I think, with that on it. The point is, this is an opportunity to go forward. Please support the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Now put that to the vote. I'll ask those in favour. So it's myself, Councillor Dean, Councillor Ringo, Councillor Bowman, Councillor Miles, Councillor Congerton, Councillor Zanino, Councillor Henderson, and those against, Councillor Catalano, Councillor McCulloch, Councillor Tikiro, and Councillor Prodovnik, Councillor Johnson, and Councillor Howlett. It's carried 8-6, thank you. Thank you, councillors. For those watching at home and those in the gallery, staff and councillors, we're going to hit the 8 o'clock mark now. We're just going to take a quick 10-minute break and then we'll resume with 14.2.2. Thank you. Welcome to those watching at home online and those in the gallery. We're just resuming the meeting. We're at 14.2.2. This is the MRS amendment for 1448 Hepburn East Urban Precinct, Cullacabardie, on page 256. Proposed motion by Councillor Catalano. And I'll just mention that in the event Councillor Catalano's motion is lost, I will need a council member to foreshadow the officer's recommendation. Thank you. Councillor Catalano, if you'd like to read out your motion, please.
Thank you. That Council resolves to 1. Not endorse the Western Australian Planning Commission Amendment 144 Hepburn East Urban Precinct, Cullacabardie. 2. Rezone lot 810 Hepburn Avenue from regional open space, reserve to urban. Rezone the majority of lot 14952, reserve 53277 from rural water protection zone to urban. Rezone a small portion of lot 1495, reserve 53277 from rural water protection zone to ROS and include a water catchment reservation over it, and remove the water catchments reservation from lot 610 Hepburn Avenue. 2. Advise the Western Australian Planning Commission of Council's decision to not endorse the rezonings to rezoning to urban accordingly. Reasons. 1. The lots are located on the Nangara Mound Aquifer within Priority 1 public drinking water source area. 2. The public drinking water source of the Nangara Aquifer must be protected for future generations, as identified decades ago. 3. The lots are catchment area for the Bennett Brook, which is a registered Aboriginal site and should be protected accordingly. 4. As the lots are on land comprised of sand over clay, Bassendean dunes over Guildford Formation, disruption and changes to the hydrology through urbanisation will likely lead to the same water drainage and flooding problems that are now becoming evident in the growth corridor suburbs east of Whiteman Park. 5. If the city endorses any further urbanisation that involves changes in hydrology that results in the same flooding problems evident in the growth corridor suburbs, the city's ratepayers will likely be financially exposed in the future. 6. Changes to the hydrology through urban development will also reduce the replenishment of water into the Nangara Aquifer, leaving future generations without the dependable and cheap water source. 7. Adjacent Bush Forever Site 196, Nangara Road Bushland, Lansdale Cullacabardie to the west, Bush Forever 198, Beachborough Road Bushland, Cullacabardie, Ballajura to the north, Bush Forever 304, Whiteman Park, Whiteman West Swan to the east, require adjacent bushland, such as these lots, in whatever condition, to be retained as buffers to maintain the environmental values and integrity of the Bush Forever sites.
Thank you, Councillor Catalano. Last to have a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Howlett. Is there anyone against? Do you wish to debate it? Thank you. Councillor Catalano.
The proposal to rezone Regional Open Space Water Protection Zone Water Catchment Reservation to urban makes me wonder if the world has gone crazy. To suggest building more urban over Priority 1 Nangara Mound Aquifer drinking water catchment. The area is Priority 1 for a good reason, because good quantity and quality rainwater percolates down through the sandy soil layers into the Nangara Aquifer and across to the Bennett Brook. The EPA states post-development hydrological conditions must be consistent with pre-development conditions and that impact to water quality and quantity are minimised. Experience in the growth corridor to the east of Whiteman Park has taught us that change in hydrology changes everything. It results in future flooding in urban areas. It turns creeks and streams into disgusting drains full of weeds and less water stored in the aquifer. even despite all of the detailed technical assessments with DUA and the rest of them, which is completely lacking here. Crazy to downgrade Priority 1 catchment for drinking water today so that it can be built over and future generations to go thirsty. The Local Government Act, Section 3 states local government must have regard to the need to promote the economic, social and environmental sustainability of the district, and in making decisions to consider potential long-term consequences and impacts on future generations. This is what council should be doing. People are relying on us to be leaders. Without water, there is no life and no people. Build for housing today, and without water in the future, it will be abandoned, treeless, empty wastelands. We cannot leave that dystopian future for those who follow us. Therefore, this rezoning should never be approved, ever. We do not have abundant water to spare. We cannot afford it. We should not vote for an abeyance to wait for the land to be reclassified. We cannot give the WAPC any indication that we support reclassification and rezoning. Let's quote from the Western Australian Government website. The Gnangara Aquifer currently provides almost half of the water used in Perth metro area each year. It's Perth's lowest cost and largest source of good quality water, and the economic benefits have been estimated at a total net value of $6.7 billion. About $400 million a year. It supplies water for agriculture, parks, ovals and gardens, and water for drinking. Desalinated water is expensive water. When urban development is built over the Gnangara Aquifer, the movement of water is disturbed.
Thank you, Councillor Catalano, and that was your introduction.
Can I move a 2-minute amendment extension, Madam Mayor?
Thank you. Do I have anyone against? Do you wish to debate it? Okay, we'll put that to the vote then. So, councillors, I'll put that to the vote for a 2-minute extension. So we have just had Councillor Catalano speak, and Councillor Johnson has asked for a 2-minute extension. Councillor Henderson is against, so I'll put that to the vote for a 2-minute extension. Those in favour? Councillor Catalano. Just use this one over here. Councillor Dean. Councillor McCulloch, Councillor Takiro, Councillor Miles, Councillor Congerton, Councillor Deputy Mayor Zanino, Councillor Brodovnik, Councillor Johnson and Councillor Howlett. Thank you, and myself, and anyone against? Thank you, Councillor Bowman and Councillor Henderson. So it's carried 11-2. If you'd like to continue, please.
When urban development is built over the Gnangara Aquifer, the movement of water is disturbed. More water gets drained off hard surfaces, roofs and roads as stormwater floods creeks and nearby residential areas, as we've seen in Caversham, Dayton, Brabham and Henley Brook, which leaves less water to naturally percolate down into the aquifer to fill it up. The damage will cost ratepayers billions of dollars in future because council will be liable for having approved these kinds of rezoning applications. Already the West Australian Government website warns we need to adapt to drier and warmer climate, to a significantly reduced rainfall. Since 1980, groundwater levels across the Gnangara Aquifer have fallen by up to 10 metres in some areas, representing 1,000 gigalitre loss of aquifer storage. That's 1,000 Optus stadiums full of water. This has led to wetlands drying, loss of the Yanship Cave ecosystems and increased acidity in the northern lakes. Already now, Gnangara's groundwater dependent ecosystems are breaching minimum water levels. Water for future generations depends on good quality water from these lots, from lots such as this that we're talking about tonight, from its wetlands and bush percolating into the aquifer and flowing into Bennett Brook to keep the Bennett Brook alive for its mussels, fish and other living beings that meet up with the Swan River at Guildford for the whole of the Swan River system. The negative impact of urban in this area on the integrity of the Bennett Brook catchment and the Swan River ultimately cannot be underestimated. This land we're talking about, is also a buffer for the Bush Forever site to the north, which is needed to keep that Bush Forever sites free from weeds and disturbance. It does its job, whether it's degraded or in good condition. Look, this is not about me.
Thank you very much, Councillor Catalano, and that was the 2-minute extension. Councillor Howlett, would you like to speak as a seconder?
Thank you. There are many reasons to not endorse this amendment. However, the clear front runner is water. Through changes to hydrology from further urbanisation and the potential for further flooding problems, as evident in the current growth corridor, continues, and changes to the hydrology through urban development that will reduce the replenishment of water into the Gnangara aquifer, leaving future generations without a dependable and affordable water source. The Gnangara groundwater system is Perth's largest natural water source for drinking water and private supply, and supports our wetlands, bushlands and large urban trees. Councillors, we have all seen the frightening amount of mature trees over the past few years turning brown and dying before our eyes in our parks and streetscapes, something that I've never seen on this scale before. The Gnangara system provides almost half of the water used in Perth in the metropolitan area each year.
Point of order.
Just one moment, Councillor Howlett, if you'd like to resume your seat. Councillor Henderson, it was your point of order, please.
7.2F, misleading information. It's around the 40% or lower.
Can you quantify that then? That's just, that's...
I think you might have to take that on.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. I will take that into consideration. However, I don't have a way of actually deciphering whose percentage is correct. So, Councillor Howlett, so I won't be upholding that point of order. Councillor Howlett, if you'd like to continue, please.
Thank you. The information I'm reading is from the state government's own website. Thank you. Then we have less water, so it's even more important to be protecting it. We must rethink how we interact with water to secure our groundwater in a drying climate and sustain livable, productive and a resilient Perth for the long term.
Thank you very much, Councillor Howlett. I'll ask if there are any councillors like to speak against the motion. Councillor Miles.
Thank you. I'll just quickly say that obviously I'd like to raise the officer's, foreshadow the officer's recommendation just in case it doesn't pass. I think there's very valid concerns raised by the speakers prior to me, but I think with this put on to an abeyance and further investigation of the drinking water source area and the conservation wetlands, that would be good to be addressed. And also it allows us as a council to actually still have a productive dialogue with the WAPC, well, not dialogue, but advise the WAPC instead of just simply refusing it like we often do, which doesn't really help us in this case.
Thank you, Councillor Miles. I'll ask anyone like to speak for the motion. Anyone like to speak against the motion? No? You're right to reply.
Thank you. I'm not sure what future assessments can possibly demonstrate. They'll either demonstrate that, it's all good and well to downgrade the area as a catchment area for the Gnangara Mound, or it won't. But either way, it makes no difference. It shouldn't be downgraded, and it shouldn't be built over, and it should be continue to be used, and it should continue to function as a source of rainwater into the aquifer for you in the future. Because you know what? I won't even be here in probably 15 or 20 years' time, but you will be. And it's for your future. And at the end of the day, what's the assessments going to show? That's the decision. It's already made for us, really, actually. We just cannot afford to do this to our number one drinking source. That's all there is to it. So we might as well say no now. Let the WAPC know right now that this can't possibly happen. And if they decide to go ahead and rezone, it's their problem. All the flooding issues that come from that, all of the other issues to do with expensive water in the future, That's their problem. It is not this council or these ratepayers' problem. And you really have to grapple with that right now, because these are the facts that are coming at us thick and fast, because it's going to cost us billions of dollars. I mean, I don't even know how you could possibly even have costs if you don't have water to drink. So, you know, the assessments won't prove anything. We know that the Nangara Mount is the primary drinking water source. It might be 45 or 50%, but at the end of the day, it's still going to be a major water source, and the state government is busy trying to conserve that. So I don't know why it's also at the same time trying to build over it so that supply into the aquifer is diminished. It's just not a win-win, I'm afraid. It's a lose-lose.
Thank you, Councillor Catalano. Councillors will now put that to the vote. I'll ask those in favour. Councillor Catalano. Councillor Bowman. Councillor Takiro. Councillor Deputy Mayor Zanino. Councillor Henderson. Councillor Prodovnik. Deputy Mayor Johnson.
Councillor Johnson.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Johnson, my apologies, thank you. Councillor Howlett. And those against? Sorry? Did you put it up after? Oh, okay, thank you. Okay, and those against, so it's myself, Councillor McCulloch, Councillor Miles, Councillor Congerton. Thank you. So it's carried. 9-4. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much, councillors. So we'll move to the next item, which is 14.2.3. This is the new locality name for North Ellenbrook West on page 288. Proposed motion by Councillor Bowman, and I'll just mention that in the event of Councillor Bowman's motions is lost, I will need a council member to please foreshadow the officer's recommendation. Councillor Bowman, if you'd
Thank
like
you,
to
Madam
read
Mayor.
out your
Madam
motion.
Mayor, I move that council resolves to 1, reject the name Honeybush for the development area, and 2, that staff work with Pastoral Property to develop new options for council approval. The reason for the motion, the only name that Landgate supported is not appropriate.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Congerton, Councillor Henderson. Is anyone against? Do you wish to debate it? You'd like to debate it? Thank you. Councillor Bowman. Nothing to add? And Councillor, is there anyone against?
No.
Oh, so my apologies.
Who was the seconder?
Councillor Henderson.
He needs.
Nothing to add there?
I have a question.
Yes.
Can the staff tell me which name was supported by Landgate in the officer's report? Just to remind council.
Mr. Travascus.
Through the chair, Honeybush was supported by Landgate.
Where are we going now?
So you've got Cicero Bowman didn't want to speak.
No, seconder not speak.
Didn't want to speak.
Councillor Catalano would like to debate it. So, Councillor Catalano.
Yes, thank you. I want to make a comment about the officers' report. First of all, I just can't believe that the officers have put together a report that's basically just lifted from what the proponents want. And in doing so, what we've ended up is with inaccuracies in the report. Those lots on page 288, they weren't adopted by the WAPC in July 2024. I checked. Now, I would have thought that the person that wrote this would have gone and checked that as well. And to just lift things straight from Parcel Property Group's application, I actually think that's, well, it's of a concern to me, actually, because I thought we were getting some sort of expert advice that we could rely on. And I'm starting to doubt now that the veracity of these reports, which, I don't know why it's been written that way. I don't even know why Parcel Property Group could think that they could actually include these lots. And then it makes my mind start to think about why they have included these lots when they haven't been rezoned. And, my imagination gets away with me. And I'd rather actually not have to be put in that position. What I'd like to know is the truth and the facts. And I'd like them to be checked by staff before they're put into a report. And I think this is just the most glaring, shocking example of probably a lot of instances where it's been happening, which means that, it's more work for the community to do to check this. And I do thank community members for doing that hard work when in fact they're not getting paid and the staff are. So, ratepayers are doing it double. They're not only having to check the report, but they're having to pay staff. It's a bit of a shocking indictment, Council.
Thank you, Councillor Catalano. Would anyone like to speak for the motion? Anyone like to speak against the motion? If not, you'll write a reply. Thank you. Councillors, I'll now put that to the vote. Those in favour? So it's myself, Councillor Catalano, Councillor Dean, Councillor Bowman, Councillor... It was Bowman, yes? Was it Councillor McCulloch? No? Change my mind, okay. Councillor Miles, Councillor Takiro, Deputy Mayor Zanino, Councillor Henderson, Councillor Johnson and Councillor Howlett. And those against?
Those against?
Councillor McCulloch, Councillor Congerton, is that it? And Councillor Podovnik, were you against as well?
Yeah.
Councillor Podovnik, were you against? Oh, sorry, your hand went down again before we called it. Thank you.
10-3.
So it's carried 10-3. Okay. All right, moving along. We move to 14.2.4. This is proposed Crosslinks Community Hub found on page 296. Withdrawn for a proposed amendment from Councillor Bowman to amend 2C and add the word staff in red. Councillor Bowman, if you'd like to read out your amendment, please.
Madam Mayor, to express time, it's on the board, you've pretty well just said it. It's one word change, staff.
Thank you.
Unless you require me to read it in full.
Through the chair, applies then to people at home who can't.
Yes, so I will need you to read that out just for the people watching at home, won't be able to.
The council resolves 1, recommendation 1 as per officer's recommendation, 2, recommendation 2 as per the officer's recommendation, say for 2C that the word staff be inserted. So 2C reads that a staff representative from the city be appointed to an oversight steering group for the operation of facilities to enable advice and oversight of the community benefit being provided along with other relevant stakeholders. 3, recommendation 3 as per the officer's recommendation.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? I had Deputy Mayor Zanino. Is anyone against? Do you wish to debate it? Thank you, Councillor Catalano. Councillor Bowman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, the only change in the officer's recommendation is by putting the word staff. This is to make sure there's no ambiguity, there's no arguments, there's no concerns on who that would be. The Oversight Steering Committee would be administrative in nature, and as such it wouldn't be relevant or appropriate for a councillor to be on it. So I just wanted to clear that one point up.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. I'll ask the Deputy Mayor as the seconder.
Nothing further to add.
Thank you.
Question.
Question?
Hayden.
Councillor Miles.
Does the staff know that they put 2 C's in there by accident?
0304.
Thank you. We'll make that a correction. Can I see that?
I'm trying to get there. Yeah, so C should read D, isn't it, Madam Mayor?
Okay, so we'll have that corrected.
And if we could just note that as part of this, if we could move that as part of this amendment.
Okay.
You need someone to move a minor amendment.
So if you'd like to move that minor amendment. And a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Bowman. Was anyone against? Okay, so we'll make that change. Thank you very much. So we've just been through and asked for a seconder. We're now to Councillor Catalano.
If this is just the amendment, I don't want to speak to it. I want to speak to the substantive motion. Thank you.
Okay, this is just an amendment. So standing motion for the amendment with it. Okay, so there's no one against?
This is the substantive motion.
Yep, thank you. Okay,
This is the substantive.
yes.
Oh, great. If it's a substantive motion, thank you. Well, then I do want to speak to it. Are we talking about the substantive motion?
Yes, thanks,
great.
Councillor
Thank you
Catalano.
very much. I don't support it, no. I don't support actually the proliferation and the concentration of service providers or service provision in Midland. I just don't understand it. You know, in the future there's going to be like 60,000 people here or something, 70,000 people. There's going to be 200,000 people in Ellenbrook. You know, we need to be thinking about the future. Like, shouldn't the city be investing in service provision in other areas in the city? I mean, what about a service provider in Beachborough? That would actually provide employment opportunities for people living in Beachborough. That would also provide service provision for people living in Beachborough. And what about Ellenbrook? Why wouldn't we have service providers in Ellenbrook? That's where all the people are going to be. I just don't understand why all the service providers have to be down here, where all the traffic congestion is, where there's no parking, where everyone has to drive down here. It's just absolutely crazy. I mean, it's a better use of ratepayers' fund to start thinking about distributing service provision around the city of Swans so people have better access to service provision. That's what I'm saying. It's an absolutely crazy idea to put all the service providers and to support the siting of all service providers in Midland when the population here is going to be so small. It's just crazy. It doesn't make sense. And I can see the way it's going, and I just don't know who's behind it. So I can't support it. It's $300,000 plus. It's quite a lot of ratepayers' money. And I think we should invest it wisely, and we should invest it in service provision for all of our residents and not just congregate everything down in Midland where people can hardly access. I just don't get it. No, it's not suiting anybody, as far as I can tell. And it's the employment opportunities for people in other suburbs. That's another thing that I would support if it was. If these were located elsewhere.
Thank you, Councillor Catalano. I'll ask councillors, does anyone like to speak for the motion? Does anyone like to speak against the motion? Councillor Henderson.
This is the substantive motion, yes?
Thank you.
Okay, councillors, $350,000. You may recall that the organisation came to us and asked for $1 million. Well, the council said no. I think of what's the purpose and what's this organisation doing? Well, they're doing good work, actually. But the point I want to make is they're an organisational structure that does work for income at multi-tiered levels. And from my perspective, they should be able to pay for that themselves. Now, they're getting federal and state funding. To come to us and say we want 350,000 after we said no to $1 million just indicates to me that they haven't worked hard enough to find the extra money that they need. Now, as much as I support the work they do, we have got to be very responsible with our ratepayers' money. This $350,000, if it's approved, is going to take a hunk out of our budget. And that's something that our community is going to say, well, hang on a minute, what are we doing this for? What's the benefit for the actual general ratepayer? And that's where I have a problem. My view is that the state and federal government should be providing for that. And if otherwise they can't do so, that the business model should be such that it pays for itself. So, councillors, as much as I'd like to support Crosslinks, I cannot, because this amount of money is too much money. It's ratepayers' money. It's something that we can't afford because we've got so many other conflicting requests and requirements from a lot of people in our community that have great need. So I can't support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. I'll ask anyone to speak for the motion. Councillor Miles.
Yeah, I'll just quickly say I think Crosslinks is doing awesome work as well, and I think that a service provider like this that supports people with disabilities and their families, I think is a really important thing to have in the City of Swan. And considering our ratepayers and residents will have disabilities or are carers of someone with a disability, I think it is actually important for us to invest in these kind of services to support our community. And, you know, I remember a year or 2 years ago where there was people in the Midland area that were upset about a loss or supposed loss of community spaces in the town centre. Well, I think what it says there is that there's going to be bookable spaces for community groups and not-for-profit. So I think that's a win-win and a good return on investment.
Thank you, Councillor Miles. Would anyone like to speak against the motion? Councillor Johnson.
Yeah, there's quite a few issues here, Councillor. It is a fact that about 2 years ago we did lose an important building, but this Crosslinks building does not replace that community building in any way. The main issue here is inflation is 3.8%. That's going to place enormous pressure on our budget. Our ratepayers are facing, many of our ratepayers are paying a mortgage, particularly in the Ellenbrook, Averley and the newer suburbs region. Their mortgages are going up. Their wages are not going up by as much, and it looks like we're going to end up increasing our rates by an amount that they're not going to be very happy with. So councillors, we need to look in every possible way for ways to reduce our budget. And for that reason, I do but not believe we should be adding $350,000 to our 2026-2027 budget right now for this particular purpose. We're going to be having to look for cuts because all levels of government need to be looking at ways of reducing the inflationary pressure in our economy. I think we heard the Reserve Bank governor saying that, yeah, it was the inflation was partly caused by government, but that gave me pause to thought. She was thinking about the federal government, but all three levels of government cause inflationary pressure. So, councillors, we need to be looking to get our budget down in any way we can, and this is one thing I'll be voting against for that reason. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. I'll ask anyone like to speak in favour. Thank you, Councillor Podolny.
I just actually find it quite extraordinary that any Midland Ward councillor would speak against investment in Midland. That confuses me. Ratepayers live in Midland too, and I would ask council to keep investing and supporting Midland, which is experiencing the most amazing renewal. It's absolutely fantastic what's happening in Midland. We've got the new Midland train station. It's about to open. Development's happening. Let's just get behind Midland and the ratepayers in Midland and support investment.
Thank you, Councillor Podolny. Anyone like to speak against the motion? Anyone like to speak for the motion? Councillor Congerton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think the interesting comments are on page 302, which talk specifically about if funding proceeds to Crosslinks, then the current Lotteries House facility could become vacant, which is something I hope would happen. And all those who are currently in Lotteries House should not only be encouraged, but directed to vacate to the new premises. And then the city can have a good hard look at what we do with that building. I note that the continuing operations to maintain is about $30,000 a year, whatever it was in the report. But really the consideration of what its value is on the open market to sell it or to lease it as a package to somebody else and recoup this money. So I'll be supporting the officer's recommendation.
Thank you. I'll ask anyone like to speak against. Anyone like to speak for? No, you're right of reply.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, Councillor Catalano said she doesn't know who's behind it. Pretty easy. Crosslink. Madam Mayor, Councillor Catalano said, why aren't we putting it in Beachborough, Ellenbrook or anywhere like that? That's because it's not our development. It's a development by a private person, private institution called Crosslinks, and they're putting in $11,915,000. So that's why it's in Midland. They didn't ask for it to be in Ellenbrook. They haven't got in Beachborough, that's why it's there. Better access to service providers. Well, this is actually going to provide better access to service providers. Community space. This is providing community space. Crosslinks has said 25% of the main area they are going to use. Let's get on to the financials, and I think I've got a good understanding of financials around this table. This is the best use of our ratepayers' funds. Let me just say that again. It is the best use of ratepayers' funds. So if you look at the $350,000, $350,000 on $11,915,000 project, work out the percentage of that, councillors, and we could get up to 75% use for the community. If we look at financials, what does it cost to build a community centre? We're talking $6 million above, $350,000. That's a good financial benefit for our ratepayers. Councillor Congleton picked up on the other point. Lottery West housing, the Lottery's house. How much do they currently pay? $1. $1. That $1, we can actually then divest it or go commercial, but it takes all the providers into the one area. You have synergies in that as well. That's a great investment on our ratepayers' return of $350,000. And even more so, when I was reading this item, I like to get to the ending of the staff, the recommendation. I'm going to myself, how are we going to protect our investment? How are we going to protect our investment? How are we going to protect our investment? That investment being ratepayers' funds. And guess what, councillors? Again, the staff haven't let us down because they've actually got conditions in there. So if we talk about the increase in inflation and all that, if it doesn't go ahead, guess what, councillors? Staff have protected it. If they decide to change the funding model, guess what, councillors? Staff have recommended a recommendation that protects our ratepayers' money. $350,000. It is a bloody good financial investment for our ratepayers compared to all the other costs that we have done providing community services, providing $1 rentals. I could go on.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. Councillors, we'll now put that to the vote. Those in favour? Here's myself. Councillor Dean. Councillor Bowman. Councillor McCulloch. Councillor Takiro. Councillor Miles. Councillor Congleton. Deputy Mayor Zanino. Councillor Prodovnik. And Councillor Hallett. And those against? Councillor Catalano. Councillor Henderson. And Councillor Johnson. Thank you. Was it carried 10-3? Thank you, councillors. Now we move to 14.3.1, and this is the proposed self-storage premises on strata lot number 33, number 11/132, Clayton Street, Bellevue, DA 523-25, on page 398. Proposed motion by Councillor Howlett. I'll just add quickly, in the event that Councillor Howlett's motion is lost, I will need a council member to please foreshadow the officer's recommendation. Councillor Howlett.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Okay, I move that the council resolves to 1. Refuse the application for the proposed self-storage units at lot 2, bracket unit 11 dash number 132, bracket Clayton Street, Bellevue, for the following reason. A. The proposed commercial use is considered incompatible with the residential character of Bellevue and the desired residential amenity sought by the Bellevue East Land Use Study, and will have adverse impact on the amenity of the abutting residential units within 132 Clayton Street. The reason for my motion: the subject site is zoned residential development under the city's LPS 17. The application for a proposed commercial use is a discretionary D use, which is at the discretion of council. The proposed use is incompatible with the existing residential developments and the intent of the Bellevue East Land Use Study, Bellis.
Thank you. I still have a seconder. Councillor Johnson. Is anyone against? Question?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I asked it 3 times at the briefing session, but I'm still not clear in my head. the block of land, the parcel of land that we're talking about, has that been excised and separated from the strata property? So is it a separate block of land, or is it all part of the same strata complex where all these other units are on?
Mr Russell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I thought I'd made it clear last week, but for the elimination of doubt, emphatically, it is not a separate parcel of land. It is a parcel of land part of the strata.
Thank you, Mr Russell.
So Madam Mayor, my second question then is, and we've had this same problem in Allenbrook, when a person puts in an application as part of a strata complex, are they not required to get the permission of the strata company? And if so, should that not be first received before we get it in? So in the ticker box thing from planning, one of the things is all the owners agree. Would we not have to have 32 owners agreeing to that, or the majority of the strata company?
Mr Russell.
Short answer, Madam Mayor, is no. The application has been validly made.
Thank you. A further question? No. So we have Councillor Johnson as the seconder. I'll ask anyone like to speak against the motion. No. No one wants to speak?
No one wants to speak, it'll be carried then.
It's carried. Thank you. Okay. So we move to 14.4.2. This is the Life Act devices for city managed facilities on page 425. Proposed motion by Councillor Budovnik. Councillor Budovnik, if you'd like to please read out your motion.
Yes. Okay, this is endorse the installation of TGA-approved airway clearance devices in a limited number of high-risk city-managed facilities, being the city's 3 leisure centres of Swan Active Midland, Beachborough and Balladura, the city's 6 libraries and the city's 2 community care service facilities in Beachborough and Midland. Install the airway clearance devices as wall-mounted and do not include cabinets. Direct the CEO to develop operational guidelines to ensure the ACDs integrate with existing first aid procedures. Now, the reason for the motion is the report itself acknowledges that choking injuries are severe, with the highest risk groups being children aged 0 to 4 and adults 65 plus. These groups are high users of the city's facilities. Airway clearance devices are another precautionary investment the city can make in the same way we have defibrillators, fire extinguishers or pool rescue gear. There is no evidence that airway clearance devices cause harm when used properly. They are non-invasive, used only after standard methods fail, and are already being used across schools, aged care facilities, childcare centres, airports and other councils in Australia. Now, according to LifeAct's Australian data, worldwide data, their devices saved over 5,300 lives worldwide, including Australia, and no injuries have been reported. LifeBack is just one of the companies that make this product. There is no complex maintenance requirements for these devices. The city's decision to not install airway clearance devices may expose us to reputational damage if a fatal choking incident were to happen in a city-managed facility, and it was demonstrated that a widely available, affordable last resort device existed. Other councils and facilities had adopted it. Council explicitly chose not to proceed with installing a high-impact, low-cost safety measure.
Thank you, Councillor Budovnik. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Howlett. Is there anyone against?
Question?
Question?
Madam Mayor, through you, I noticed there's 2 alternatives here.
Yes.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but if Councillor Budovnik's motion fails, then Councillor McCulloch's motion will not be able to be considered because we've already said no to some facilities, and the Councillor McCulloch's motion would be then saying yes to those same facilities. Am I right?
That's my understanding. That's correct, Mr. CEO, that they are similar. And then the next move would be...
So through the chair, unless someone moves the officer's recommendation during the debate, then if the first motion fails because it's proposing to install LifeAct devices, Then the second motion, which is also
Actually,
proposing
just sorry, can I just point of order there? It's not LIFAC, it's AIR.
ACD.
ACD, and also,
Airway clearance devices.
I think they're very different motions. They're very different motions. Mine costs 3,500 and the other motion costs a lot more. Vastly different.
Through the chair,
Just one moment.
the principle is you're installing ACD devices. If you're saying no to ACD devices in this limited range of facilities, then coming back to another motion which is similar, you're saying no, you're proposing to say yes, but in more facilities when you've already said no to a limited range. That's what Councillor Bowman is pointing out. So that's my understanding of the process, because they are so substantively similar.
Okay, question for Councillor McCulloch.
Thank you, Mayor. You may be saying no to a limited number in one motion because you're wanting to look at a higher number in the other motion. That would be another way to look at it.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit, there might be some confusion between the two. We might have to get some advice on this.
Point of order.
If that was, sorry, Matt, if that was the case, maybe some staff direction would have been helpful. So Councillor Predovnik and I could have maybe ordered this to make it work effectively and efficiently before an officer's recommendation was maybe foreshadowed.
Thank you.
Question. Sorry.
Through the chair, that is a fair assessment, but unfortunately, it was only matter was only really raised to us. Aren't they in conflict if one says no and the other one is still saying no? So we had at the time suggested that there'd be some collaboration, but I understand the reasons for a different approach. But
Just one
Madam
moment, I
Mayor,
had other questions.
we probably need to get on and debate the item. I know it's now 9 o'clock. You've only got 1 hour left to consider all the rest of the business.
I just had a question. I had Councillor Johnson's hand up first.
Yeah, question. Where is this rule in the meeting procedure local law or the Local Government Act or the regulations?
Just one moment.
We get down to the double negative bit, which is we've dealt with before.
So motions here. Are you in part 8? In motions? Just one moment, councillors. We'll just keep it down for a moment. So, variations?
Madam Mayor, I move a procedural motion that the meeting proceed to the next business.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. So that takes it out of my hands then, second. Wait one moment. We're just also finishing that query on that question.
Procedural motion comes in
It did,
first.
so then I asked, is there a seconder? Councillor Congleton, your hand went up very fast. Anyone against?
No,
Procedural go straight to.
requires to go to a vote.
Okay, so we'll put that procedural motion to the vote. Is that correct? Wait,
Question.
just wait one.
I've got a
On page 29 of your meeting procedures.
So look at page 29, councillors.
9.1, it's following up 9.1B, the meeting procedures next business item. Can the speaker be interrupted? No. Does the presiding member refuse to open? No. You can ask the mover to say why he wants to move the procedural
Thank you, Councillor Bowman, if you'd like to add an explanation.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I think there needs to be a bit of discussion between the two councillors to come to a workable solution, and by proceeding to the next item of business that can come up at next month's council meeting, and hopefully the two councillors have spoken.
Okay.
Point of question.
Madam Mayor,
It's
there
already
is no
moved into procedural
ability to
motion,
do
so
that.
there's no questions at this point. So we had
You have to vote on it.
Councillor Bowman, I had Councillor Congleton as a seconder. I'll now put that to the vote. So those in favour of Councillor Bowman's procedural motion to move it to the next business, next item or next business, do we say? Next business.
So you're moving to the next item of business.
Business, thank you.
Which effectively leaves this item sitting on the table.
Thank you. So those in favour, so I had Councillor Dean, myself, Councillor Dean, Councillor Bowman, Councillor McCulloch, Councillor Miles, Councillor Congleton, Deputy Mayor Zanino, Councillor Henderson, Councillor Predovnik, yes?
I actually got questions.
Can't have a question at the moment. It's a procedural motion, sorry. So it's, would you like to vote yes or no to move this to the next item of business?
We've already spoken about it.
So you just need to, you can't talk
Okay, no,
about
fine.
it now. So was that a yes?
I'll support the deferral.
Thank you. Councillor, that was it, Councillor Budovnik? Okay, and those against? So I had Councillor Catalano, Councillor Takiro, Councillor Johnson and Councillor Howlett. Thank you. So it's carried. 9-4. Okay. Thank you, councillors. So that means that that will then be carried to the next item. No, it sits on the table.
It sits on the table.
Next March agenda. Thank you. Potentially. Okay, councillors, we're going to move on now again. So apologies to those in the gallery. We will see you possibly at the next meeting. Thank you. Okay, councillors, we move to item 14.4.3. This is the review of the shopping trolley fee waiver for certified small businesses on page 431. Proposed motion by Councillor Budovnik, and I would just like to add, in the event of Councillor Budovnik's motion, which if lost, I will need a council member to foreshadow the officer's recommendation, please. Councillor Budovnik.
So the motion is that council resolve to 1, permanently adopt option 3 as outlined in the report and waive the shopping trolley collection fee for certified small retailers as per the current practice. Request the CEO advocate and target those retailers who are responsible for persistent and high volumes of abandoned trolleys, as demonstrated by city data. To enact strategies to prevent trolleys being dumped in the public domain. 3, request a report to council within 12 months on trolley collection data by retailer category and recommended actions to further manage trolley dumping. Reasons for the motion is small retailers account for a very small amount of abandoned shopping trolleys, and the fee waiver gives them a targeted support. This motion supports better record keeping and fair enforcement within the state's legislative framework.
Thank you very much. I'll ask for a seconder. Councillor Henderson, thank you. Is anyone against? Do you wish to debate it? Thank you, Councillor Bowman. Thank you, Councillor Budovnik.
Councillors, the data from the trial is very clear. Small retailers account for just 3% of abandoned trolleys, and the overwhelming majority, almost 90%, come from majority retail chains. So the fee waiver has had a small impact on the overall trolley numbers, but it has provided fairness and support for genuinely small, locally owned businesses. Its enforcement is about changing behaviour where the problem sits, and our focus should remain on the big operators, not the corner IGA. So continuing the waiver for small retailers supports local businesses and it keeps enforcement proportionate. I ask Council to continue with the fee waiver for small retailers.
Thank you, Councillor Budovnik. Councillor Henderson as a seconder.
Only to add that if we look at the overall picture, the enforcement, in my view, on the Coles and Woolies does need to be ramped up, and hopefully that can occur. There's, given, as already said, such a small percentage, I really can't see how this will impact operations, and in discussions with the manager of operations, the director of operations, should I say, it would be a small impact, but importantly, we do need to have a bit of an education program around all of this as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. I'll ask anyone like to speak against. Thank you, Councillor Bowman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, just quickly, Councillor Budovnik's motion, she says that will support better record keeping and fair enforcement. I can't see how that's fair enforcement. You've got two different systems for different businesses. You don't have some people can go through a red light and some people can't. This is a local law. It should be all people get treated the same, all businesses get treated the same. And if there is only 3% of small business trolley, well, then it's not really a bigger issue. But this is not fair enforcement, and I've been provided no information from Councillor Budovnik how it supports better record keeping. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. I'll ask anyone like to speak for the motion. Anyone like to speak against the motion? Councillor Johnson.
Look, I guess when Councillor Budovnik speaks, she'll explain to us what a certified small retailer is. But this law is working. It's very successful, and we got an email from one of the small retailers, and that retailer said this: when the trolley law was introduced, Our company didn't resist, we adapted. We purchased a vehicle specifically to assist with trolley recovery, and we worked with the city. So it worked. So the whole point of the local law was to encourage retailers, small or large, to go out and collect their trolleys. So that was the aim and objective of the law. It's been successful. So I don't know what else to say. It's worked as intended. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone like to speak against the motion? Anyone like to speak for the motion? No, you're right to reply.
I'll just keep it brief. I'm just, the motion really just asks council to keep supporting small businesses. It's what they've asked us to do. The staff have come back to us and said that the fee waiver can be absorbed. It's not an issue for them. Please support this continued support for the small business sector.
Thank you. So I think who flagged the officer's recommendation? Was it? No one. Okay. Well, so then I'll ask, put that to the vote. Those in favour? We have. Wait a minute. So starting Councillor Dean, Councillor McCulloch, Councillor Takiro, Councillor Miles, Councillor Congerton, Councillor Henderson, Councillor Budovnik, and Councillor Howlett. And those against were myself, Councillor Catalano, Councillor Bowman, Deputy Mayor Zanino, and Councillor Johnson. That's carried. Sorry? 8-5. Thank you, councillors. So move on to the next item, which is part 15, motions of which previous notice has been given. 15.1, Councillor Miles, streetscape maintenance and enhancement on page 628. Councillor Miles, if you'd like to please read out your notice of motion.
I apologise that my motion is right at the end of this long meeting, but I will be as quick as possible. My motion is that Council resolve to 1. Request the CEO to provide a report to a future council meeting prior to the finalisation of our financial year 26-27 budget workshops on A. the city's level of service for streetscape maintenance and associated pressures and costs. B. Options for a citywide suburban streetscape enhancement strategy and associated costs. My reasons for the motion are 1. Our residents and ratepayers frequently contact council on the state of city managed verges, streetscapes and reserves, often with complaints about lack of maintenance in comparison to our neighbouring LGAs. Allowing members to have a better understanding of the frequency of service, the cost components of the service, what the financial impact would be if the frequency of maintenance were increased, as well as the budget implications on setting of rates would improve community awareness. 3. Further providing council members information on what resourcing would be needed to enhance our streetscapes and improve their maintenance would be beneficial in our considerations prior to the finalisation of the draft 26-27 budget.
Thank you, Councillor Miles. I have a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Congerton.
Amendment.
Thank you. Is anyone against?
Didn't we do that earlier?
Okay. I'll ask, is
I
anyone
can't change
against?
it
Did you wish to
myself,
debate it? Thank you, Councillor Bowman. Well, just one moment, councillors.
Wow. She just wants to add some different wording.
Yes, but I'm just finishing with Councillor Howlett's question about can we amend a motion?
So through the chair, I point you to 2.9.12, an amendment to motion for which notice has been given under this clause may not be considered unless it does not negate the original motion and it has been provided in writing at least 2 days prior to the meeting, or is a variation accepted by the mover and acceptor.
There you go.
On page 9.
Oops.
So Councillor Miles had indicated that he was happy for me to put forward the amendment. He has seen it for about 4 days and this afternoon notified me that he'd be happy to accept it should I want to make an amendment.
Hang on a minute, can't hear with you. No microphone on there, thank you.
It's like a variation of like 3 words or something. I thought that'd be allowed, and if she read it out. and I accepted it.
Yep, thanks, CEO.
Through the chair, whilst there might have been a discussion between yourself, Councillor Howlett, and Councillor Miles, none of it's come back to administration. So we can't make a comment. It's not received 2 days. The mover and the seconder, in this case, the seconder, Councillor Congdon, would need to accept it before it could be then considered.
Can we ask them?
Yep.
Can I read it out?
Yes.
Thank you. So my amendment would be to remove the word "a future council meeting prior to the finalisation of our" and replace that with "council to consider alongside the upcoming." So it would then read, "request the CEO provide a report to council to consider alongside the upcoming 26-27 budget workshop on the following."
It's not quite a few words.
Well, under section 8.33B on page 22, I believe that I have actually the certain parts be omitted and others substituted or added. I believe I've complied with that.
It can be. I've just, when you said 3-word change and now we've...
I didn't say that, Madam Mayor.
Sorry, I think Councillor Miles said it's only a 3-word change, that's all.
Not
so
me.
we just need to consider those words and see if it's a change.
We need to see the change on the screen.
So if you can just reread that again for the minute. Thank you. It was quite a bit more than... Okay. This is Mel and Hayden, so it's okay.
Yes.
Then do we put it to the vote still?
So if it's, so we come back to 2912, amendment to motion which has not been given on its clause, unless it has a variation accepted by the mover and accepted. So you can accept it. Remember, you're now considering this as an amendment to the motion. So you've now got to debate the amendment
Yep,
first
that's what I'm
before
up
we
to.
come back to the motion.
Okay, yep, that's what I'll check.
We make it more complex than it needs to be.
So if Mel says yay, Hayley says yay.
Question.
Then we go to, just one moment, then we go back and
So
say we're going to put it to the vote.
Then would have to be,
You have to ask if anyone's
and then you
against.
have to say that is anyone against the amendment in order to try and become part of the standard. If not, then you've got to debate the amendment.
My question, if I may, to the CEO, does this proposed new wording affect, in your mind, the outcome of what would be achieved, or is it just a semantics thing? What do you think?
Noting the requirement for an oral report, the formation of the existing notice of motion was designed to allow for this matter to come to budget workshops and then be considered as part of that process before the item is presented to council. You're trying to nuancing it, but all you're doing is changing words where the intent of what you originally said was going to achieve the same thing. I see no need to change the wording is what's currently happening. The intent is to do it alongside the current workshops when we get to the level of service workshop, which is about 3 or 4 in the sequence. And the reason it references the word future is to comply with 2.92C, whether a further report to be presented at the future ordinary council meeting. And it says no less than 15 days after the meeting, but by actually tying it into the finalisation of the budget workshops, that's how we were attempting to deal with that.
Question.
Question.
Should I provide my reason for the amendment?
Do you
This is being dealt with as a variation, not an amendment.
Okay.
Got to go to variation. So noting the requirement of 2912 is it's a variation, you go to 8.6 which deals with variations.
Information which notice being given this cause may not be considered unless it does not negate. Provided by the 60 days. Seconder. So is
Really
variation.
dealing now with any member objects
Mhm.
to the variation, doesn't require for a reason because it refers to this being a variation rather than an amendment.
Yeah, it still talks at 2.9, 2.912 says an amendment to a motion.
Yes.
It's a variation
But
though,
if you
or
go to
a...
912C, it's a variation to be accepted by mover and acceptor.
Okay, so I don't think it requires a
Wonder
reason
how
yet.
Introductory words to that clause work, an amendment to a motion.
Yeah, I know.
So it's getting
It
quite
becomes
complicated.
confusing in terms of voting. So
Okay, so we have it up on screen at the moment. The question is, do we just put it
if
to...
we're going to deal with it as an amendment,
Mhm.
if that's what you wish to rule, it will be dealt with as an amendment, then it'll be dealt with under
12.
8.3. If the member is moving it, so in other words, if Councillor Miles, Councillor Congdon are not objecting to this, then it has to be dealt with as an amendment.
Okay, so we're asking if they accept it first?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're at the point now where Councillor Hallett has asked whether she's to give a reason. We're going back, we're going to deal with this as an amendment. And so therefore I will ask the mover and the seconder if they agree to the change to Councillor Howlett's amendment. No, from one? Okay,
No?
no,
It has
okay,
to have
so,
the mover and acceptor, a mover and seconder for it to be considered.
Considered.
You've got to come back to the notice of motion as currently framed by Councillor Miles.
okay, so Councillor Miles, that was not accepted.
You now
I think we got to
come
that,
back to
yes.
this notice of motion and you are.
I think I got to the point of, was there anyone against?
Bring the motion back.
Did you speak already? Yes, did you read it? You read it out, you had a seconder,
Read it out, you had a seconder.
and then I asked, is anyone
And then
against?
there was an
And I
attempt to
got to
amend.
Councillor Bowman, thank you. Okay, so Councillor Bowman.
So
Oh,
the
sorry, it's back to
mover
mover,
speaks.
thank you.
The mover speaks.
It's going to be a long...
All right, we're back on track, ladies and gentlemen, somewhat. Right, so just quickly, really one of the top, if not the top issues raised to us by our constituents is the state of our city's streetscapes, you know, from overgrown and dead grass, weeds and cracks in our paths and underwhelming entryways to our city in comparison to our neighbouring LGAs. This is an important issue. And as one of the councillors from Whiteman Ward, which takes in some of our older established suburbs like Balladura, the poor level of service or the perceived poor level of service for our streetscapes is not forgotten by residents who frequently contact myself and Councillor Congdon with their complaints. And I'm confident that the rest of council have also experienced similar contact from their residents. Now, as we start on the development of our next annual budget, I think it was paramount that we take action on this issue and really provide a public declaration that this is what we're going to do, so we can show that those residents and ratepayers that we're listening and actually taking action on their concerns. And really, this is a simple motion about getting a snapshot of the level of service that we currently have, the pressures and shortcomings, and then finding pathways forward to improving those streetscapes across the breadth of our city, from the newer to the older suburbs. And, you know, we could say, well, Councillor Bowman said it's grandstanding, but I think it's just what we're here to do, which is to move motions and take action, not just have everything done behind closed doors. So let's do what we're elected to do.
Thank you, Councillor Miles. Councillor Congdon is the seconder.
Madam Mayor, I'm going to support the motion because it should be supported, but I would also like to stress it could have been done at budget time as well. Councillor Miles is quite correct. We received numerous emails and content, and so do you, Madam Mayor, in relation to the state of our parks, gardens, roundabouts, streetscape in total. Social media is tearing the city of Swan apart with the lack of beautification. So I welcome this to go forward to our budget sessions, but I will say the public declaration, as mentioned by Councillor Miles tonight, means absolutely zero unless the city take the action to rectify the problem and do complete the beautification programs of our streetscapes, gardens and parks. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Congerton. And I'd like to speak against the motion. Councillor Bowman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and Councillor Miles said it himself. It is grandstanding, and the reason it's grandstanding, Madam Mayor, is this is done during budget time. We've been told about this. I can tell Councillor Miles how you make this happen. You significantly increase the rate. We've been told that. Everyone else has been trying to get them down. This is going to bring it up. The other way, if you want to do it, is cut services. I've supported that. But when push comes to shove, hard decisions are not made. That's how you do it. Now this motion here now creates more work for the staff because it has to come back to a council meeting. And I can guarantee it will not be here in the March meeting because those agendas are nearly written. So that'll be the April meeting. That'll be the April meeting when most of the budget is well underway. You are 6 months too late. Now, I agree, our verges, our parks are average at times. But Councillor Miles, if you want a report, I can tell you roughly what the report's going to come back. Staff are going to say, we can do whatever you want, councillors, whatever you want. Where's the money coming from? Where is the money coming from? And we've heard that tonight. Where is the money coming from? We've been told before what our level of service is at previous budget workshops. We've heard it again and again. And I think Councillor Johnson, to his credit, has raised it at previous budget workshops as well. And we got those figures. Maybe staff could just brush those off, add the CPI, a few other little things, give it back to us, put it in a report, and we'll see it in April. But it's not going to be anything different. So I really ask, what is the point of this motion if it's not to grandstand? If you want to do this, there is a proper process, Councillor Miles. It is our budget workshops. That's where I've said all along, that is our most important role as councillors because that is the direction that we give staff for the following year. But there is no Santa Claus. There is no pot of gold. So everything that we add, ratepayers pay for it, or you and 7 other councillors make the hard decision of what to cut.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. I'll ask anyone like to speak for the motion. Councillor Brodovnik.
I just want to correct the record. Councillor Miles didn't say that it was grandstanding. He actually said Councillor Bowman would say it was grandstanding, and as predicted, he did. I don't believe it's grandstanding. I like this motion. Yes, it's something we can discuss as part of our budget process, but when we have hundreds of pages of budget papers in fine print, important issues can disappear in the detail. And this motion takes an item that people care about and it puts that item squarely on the table where it can become a focus. It helps council to give it proper scrutiny and serious consideration as part of the budget process. And we can make it a strong consideration, again, as part of our budget process. There's no harm in supporting this motion.
Question, Madam Mayor.
Question.
Can the CEO tell us what the attendance rate of every council was at the last 6 budget workshops, please?
Point of order.
Oh, thanks, Councillor Bowman, but that's
relevance. It's not relevant.
Thank you. That would be something we need to get from staff, so which we can provide that for you, I'm sure.
Another question then.
Question.
Did Councillor Brodovnik go to all budget workshops last year when this item was discussed?
Councillor Bowman, I would need to ask staff for that information.
Point of order, relevance.
Councillors, we're going to move back to you. We'd then like to speak for the motion. Councillor Johnson.
Yeah, councillors, in my view, this is exactly the kind of motion that councillors should be bringing to this council chamber. We all know that what is the number one thing we hear about? I'm pretty sure it is streetscape, mowing, and the general tidiness of our environment. What we need to do is to get this structured into an expected level of service by the community that is published, and a service level. And in order to do that, in the budget workshop, we need to have options presented to us. So those options need to show how frequently we're going to be doing whatever we do to maintain the streets, how often we're mowing, and so on and so forth. So we need to see a service level that we can present to our residents, ratepayers and community. And we need to know what the cost is, because we need to know what the impact on the ratepayers is. We need this motion because we need to direct the CEO to give us this information, because councillors, how much input do you actually get in a budget workshop? I don't think I get very much. This is providing input into the budget workshop, so we're going to see the information that we actually need. So rather than getting angry with this motion, I think Councillor Bowman should be pleased that Councillor Miles has brought this absolutely, properly formed motion that's going to direct the staff to do something that we know our community want. So it's not grandstanding, it's doing what we know the community need, and it's the kind of thing I want to see in our budget workshop. And by the way, councillors, if this is going to cost us another $10 million, we're going to have to find $10 million worth of savings, because we're going to have some really hard decisions this year. So I'll be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Anyone would like to speak against the motion? Anyone like to speak for the motion? If not, Councillor Miles, you're right to reply.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, look, to address some of the points about grandstanding, if grandstanding is bringing items to a council meeting that is important to most, if not all, ratepayers in our city, then sure, it's grandstanding. I'll take that. But really, if we're talking about proper processes, budget workshops are not decision-making forums. Yeah, they provide information and we can have informal discussions. But council meetings is where we set the agenda and the direction of where we go as a city, and what also informs our budget making processes. And the comment about this will increase rates, you could say that about anything that we've discussed tonight at tonight's meeting. Or in terms of this item, we will be able to reprioritise our budget to focus on the things that matter, and to find efficiencies and figure out exactly where we should be putting the money instead of on other things. So yeah, look, I think it's a very important issue and something that most people will want us to pass and to get working on.
Thank you, Councillor Miles. Councillors, we're not going to put that to the vote. Those in favour of the motion? So I have myself, Councillor Catalano, Councillor Dean, Councillor McCulloch, Councillor Takiro, Councillor Miles, Councillor Congerton, Deputy Mayor Zanino, Councillor Henderson, Councillor Podovnik and Councillor Howlett. And those against was Councillor... Oh, and Councillor Johnson said. And against was Councillor Bowman. Thank you, that's carried.
15.2.
Okay, what was that? 15.1, wasn't it? 15.1. Okay, councillors, that brings us now to the next item, which is 15.2, Councillor Howlett, Midland Oval Redevelopment Master Plan on page 630. Councillor Howlett, if you'd like to please read out your notice of motion.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Right, my motion is that the council resolve to 1. Request the CEO to present a report to council within 6 months that provides a full review of the Midland Oval Redevelopment Master Plan (MORM). The review is to include, but is not limited to, A, are the minimum development height requirements for the mixed-use developments in sub-precincts A, B, C, D, E and F in line with market demand for successful development within the MORM 10 to 15 year completion timeframe. B, a comparative report detailing the price paid by the city (for land acquisitions needed to complete the MORM objectives) versus the sale prices being achieved for the sale of the lots on the MORM. C, how has the positioning of the new Midland train station and other factors out of the council's control affected the objectives of the MORM to activate Cale Street and entice developer interest? D, what changes to the MORM could be made to attract developer investment and keep the forecasted 10 to 15 year plan to completion? E, what future spendings are proposed for the new junction precinct, including in the long-term financial forecast, including in the long-term financial forecast for, but not limited to, infrastructure, capital works, property acquisition, marketing and real estate fees, including property, land valuations and commissions. And the reason for my motion is 1, we are over the halfway mark for the endorsed 10 to 15 year MORM, and it would be prudent and good governance to review and revise the project to understand if the initial objectives are being met or need to be reset to meet market demand. 2, the MORM is a major civic project utilising millions in ratepayers' funds. It is responsible fiscal management to ensure that we have reviewed the MORM at the halfway mark. 3, many factors beyond Council's control have occurred that may have influenced the ability to meet the initial objectives, such as COVID-19 global pandemic, relocation of the New Midland train station, elevated construction costs.
Thank you very much. I'll ask if I have a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Is there anyone against? Councillor McCulloch, do you wish to debate it? Thank you. Councillor Howlett.
Thank you, councillors. As the city is in effect the project manager for the New Junction Midland Oval redevelopment, we are responsible for containing and meeting the expectations of all stakeholders, including ratepayers and investors, and to ensure that the project comes to a successful completion for all involved. Since we endorsed the MORM in 2018, it is fair to say that no one could have foreseen the effects of a global pandemic that led to the heightened construction costs, huge delays, and a lack of market confidence. The reason for my motion is not to be disruptive, but to undertake a review of at the projected halfway mark to completion. I feel strongly that it is good governance and would almost certainly be undertaken if this was in the private sector. We've been told by potential investors that the material building height for certain lots on the MORM is too onerous and not financially viable for them to invest in. We've been told this, but how have we responded? We receive offers to purchase lots well below the value we've predicted in the MORM business plan, the financials underpinning of the project. Something is not right. We are struggling to attract investment, real bricks and mortar investment that will see the project delivered. Councillors, the construction costs are the same to build in Midland as they are in any western suburb, so why are we not attracting the investment we expected? Do we need to listen to the market and undertake a review of the MORM to get the investment we need? Or do we listen to staff who tell us it's all on track? I say we conduct a halfway mark review and consider what the report contains, and that is the reason for my motion. It is responsible, proactive, and provides us with an opportunity to respond to market demands. I thank staff for the detailed timeline they provided in the officer's recommendation, or the officer's comment, none of which I contest, but all of which I argue strengthens my motion, which is to understand if the initial objectives set out in the MORM business plan are being met, or do we need to listen, reflect, respond, and reset certain objectives in line with current market demands. I note the officers consider it premature to undertake a full review of the MORM. Well, councillors, if not at the halfway mark, then when? We need to complete this project if we are to receive the rates in perpetuity that we have been banking on.
Thank you, Councillor Howlett. I'll ask Councillor Johnson as the seconder.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, look, those councillors who are familiar with project management would be aware that reviews of business cases are undertaken on a regular basis at different stages in the project and at different periodic times in the project. It's a normal thing to determine what's it costing, what are the benefits, and what are the risks, are we progressing as we should be, do we need to make any changes to the project as a result of the external environment. For those councillors who are not familiar with this development, the best thing to do is to actually go and have a look at it. And what you'll see in the area, which is bounded by, if I get this right, Morrison Road, Sayre Street, the Crescent, and I've forgotten the name of the other one, Keane Street, that is the MORM. And if you look at that, do I see anything new? Do I see any new buildings? There's one. That's the Catalyst building. And the owner has, as councillors know, the public information is that I think the cost of the building was expected to be $18 million, and I think the ultimate cost of building it was $30 million. That landowner owns two other options on either side, I believe, on either side of that building, and in 10 years has not proceeded. So if you look around, can you see any other buildings having gone up? Now, I do acknowledge there has been some activity, but in 10 years, and this MORM, Midland Oval Redevelopment Master Plan, was approved, I think in my first 2 months on council. It did go through a few changes. Nothing dramatic has grown there other than that first Keystone project. So we do need to have a look at this. We're hearing from potential developers that the sizing is too wrong, the height's not right, maybe it's the land's too expensive. There are a whole lot of things that apparently are not working. And we're also seeing the sad fact that a lot of the use of the Midland Oval and that piece of land has declined. For instance, previously it was used by I think the Ashfield or Joseph Ashton Circus. The remaining public open land there is now too small to support the Joseph Ashton Circus, so a major activation, and it was a seriously major activation when it occurred, is no longer happening. Councillors, as I understand, hundreds of millions of dollars spent, $40 million worth of capital employed, and as I understand it, in the current annual report, it says that last year this development, which is a property development, lost, I think it was $750,000. I think it was $1.5 million in the original version, but that got amended.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. And that was your 3 minutes. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Howlett, is anyone against? Would you like to continue?
Yeah, thank you. Where was that? I think I was saying $1.5 million. So there is a concern that this Midland Oval Redevelopment Master Plan, which in effect is a subdivision by the city, is not progressing the way we would have liked. That's something of a puzzle because going back 10 years ago, I thought the whole thing would have been built up to 8 stories before you could say Jack Robinson. But here we are 10 years later, to my amazement, it's not happened. So what it means is that that park we've put in place really wasn't necessary. We could have actually left the oval there, and we could have carried on using the oval for all the great things it was being used for. But now what we're finding is that the Wyatt Park is not really getting a great deal of use. So, councillors, I think we need to do this review, and one aspect of the review is I think that the city probably ought to bring in an experienced property developer consulting firm to advise on, are we getting this right? Do we need to make any changes? Because my concern is that this is losing money for us and has persistently lost money for us since it started. And our ratepayers at this particular time, with the inflationary pressures we're seeing, mortgages going up, rates are going to be going up. They're going to be, our ratepayers should be looking to their councillors to optimise the use of councils of the city's capital that is being employed. We need to get this right. So we need to be certain that this is not going to lose us money as it currently is. We need to be able to say to our ratepayers, we've done the right thing. The way it's going to go on for another 60 years, and nothing's going to get built there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Unless anyone would like to speak against the motion. Thank you, Councillor McCullough.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillors, we are getting this right, despite interruption after interruption after interruption. Let me be clear. Council has already completed its strategic review role. What follows is implementation, and that takes time. In November 22, we undertook a substantive review of the MORM and resolved to reaffirm the endorsed master plan, confirm key parameters, and direct the CEO to progress implementation. Those resolutions reset the project at a strategic level. Since then, officers have been implementing Council's decisions through internal operational planning and stage delivery. So Council has already reviewed, reset and endorsed the direction. The project is now in delivery mode. New Junction Delivery Plan is an internal operational tool that gives effect to Council decisions. It does not replace them. The plan is an internal operational framework used by officers to sequence works, manage risks and dependencies, and translate council resolutions into practical delivery. And referring to the delivery plan reflects the implementation of council instructions. It's not reliance on an unendorsed strategy. 3, the subdivision and land sales are long lead processes. Pausing now has real delivery consequences. I will repeat, real delivery consequences. It is important to recognise that subdivision process can take considerable time. Land sales programs typically take 6 to 8 months, including market testing. And these processes often run in parallel to maintain momentum and align with infrastructure delivery and cash flow. Introducing another full review at this stage would interrupt those time-critical processes, delay land release and associated infrastructure works, and ultimately extend the delivery timeframe. A review now does not pause the project for 6 months. It can add years to delivery. 4, implementation has only recently moved into an active phase. Council has not yet seen the outcomes of the post-2022 reset. Following those resolutions, subdivision approvals have only been achieved across 2024 and 25. Land has only recently become developable, and sales and development facilitation have only now been able to progress in earnest. Officers are implementing council's direction while continuing to bring key decisions back to council. And it is too early to judge delivery outcomes from a phase that has only just commenced. 5, existing governance already addresses the motion's concerns. Without reopening the master plan.
Extension.
Thank you, Councillor McCulloch. Extension for how long?
2.
2 minutes. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Howlett. Anyone against? No, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Without reopening the master plan, matters raised in the motion, including market demand, land acquisition and investment, infrastructure and funding impacts, are already managed through the annual budget process, the long-term financial plan, statutory reporting on major land transactions, and milestone-based reports to council. Where changes to scope or direction are required, those decisions are already escalated to council. Oversight does exist. It is proportionate and it is continuous. So, to conclude, the financial transparency and land value questions are already answered annually. The motion asks for information council is already receiving. We receive an annual New Junction financial and land transaction reporting and disclosures under the Local Government Act. The New Junction project and financial report already details acquisition prices, sales revenues, retained heritage impacts, and it also explains why some land is not intended for resale. From 2023-24 onward, Council resolved to include this detail in the annual report, ensuring transparency without duplicative reporting and alignment with statutory reporting requirements. Requesting comparative land price analysis adds cost and delay without adding new insight. So, councillors, I urge you not to support this motion. We're getting it done. We are moving through what needs to happen and we aim to continue to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McCulloch. I'll ask councillors, anyone like to speak for the motion? Anyone like to speak against the motion? No? Councillor Howlett, you're right to reply.
Just put it to the vote, if you would, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Those in favour? It is Councillor Catalano, Councillor Dean, Councillor Johnson and Councillor Howlett. And those against? It's myself, Councillor McCulloch, Councillor Bowman, Councillor McCulloch, Councillor Takiro, Councillor Miles, Councillor Congerton, Deputy Mayor Zanino, Councillor Prodovnik, Councillor Henderson, Councillor Prodovnik, and that was it. So we had one,
Lost 10.
so that's 10, one.
Lost 10.
No, I had 9. 4, 9. Thank you. I was going to do a recheck. Thank you. Okay. Councillors, we're now going to move to 15.3. I'll just add that the time is now 9:47. We can still go through 1 and 2. We can 3. Okay, so Councillor Howlett, we had review of delegation register, page 633. If you'd like to please read out your notice of motion.
Thank you. That the council resolved to 1, request the CEO to provide a report to council within 6 months that considers modifying the current register of delegations statutory planning to require the following applications to be presented to council for a determination. A, any application to modify or delete any condition attached to a development approval previously issued by council, or B, any subsequent new application that entails a variation to any conditions of a development approval previously issued by council for substantially the same development, or C, any subsequent non-joint development assessment panel JDAP application that entails a variation to any condition of a development approval previously issued by JDAP after a recommendation by council for substantially the same development. The reason for my motion is to improve, for the benefit of the public, the transparency and consistency around the process of decision-making on certain applications where council has previously been involved as the decision-maker. 2, this notice of motion is born from the Woodbridge Revo Fitness motion that came before the December council meeting, which saw a previous condition of approval, that being no electronic signage, overturned through a subsequent and separate application for a 64 metre square electronic signage, which was approved under delegated authority.
Thank you, Councillor Howlett. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Johnson. And I'll ask anyone against. Do you wish to debate it? Thank you, Councillor Bowman. Councillor Howlett.
Councillors, as the number of planning matters coming before council continues to decline, we are increasingly unaware when previously imposed conditions of approval are amended or removed through subsequent or new development applications determined under delegated authority. This motion proposes that where a subsequent or new development application seeks to amend, vary or remove a previous condition of approval, that decision is referred to council for determination rather than being decided under delegated authority. Councillors, this does not mean that every application will automatically be determined by council. Rather, it ensures that councillors have the opportunity to call in an item and, through the proper process, have council act as a decision maker. You will recall the item that came before us at the December 25 council meeting, the modification to condition 6 relating to 64 metre square electronic signage at Revo Fitness in Woodbridge. When the development application was advertised for public comment, there was no mention of electronic signage in the proposal. Council's RAR recommended approval with conditions, including condition 12, which stated the signs proposed as part of the development shall comprise no internal illumination. The application was subsequently considered by JDAP on 1 August 2019 and approved with that same condition, no internal illumination of proposed signs. And yet, at a later date, a new and subsequent application was submitted for additional signage, specifically a 64 metre square illuminated electronic sign. Under delegated authority, this application was approved on the basis that it was considered compliant with the city's signage policy and the objectives of the general commercial zoning, not considering at all the previous approval having been for no internal illumination. It was not advertised for public comment and did not come before council, even though it was clearly contrary to the condition 12 that council imposed on its original approval. Talk about head scratching. Councillors, it was only when the applicant later sought to modify a condition to allow third-party advertising that this matter came before us as council, not to consider whether we should be approving a 64 metre illuminated sign, but to consider a condition on what could be displayed on it. This raises an important question. Should this application have been determined as a standalone matter, or should the conditions imposed on the original approval have been carried through, given the electronic signage was to be erected on the same building? I believe the answer is clear. Subsequent and new applications that seek to alter or undermine previously imposed conditions on approval should be considered by council and not determined under delegated authority. The community and this council have a reasonable expectation that conditions attached to a development approval are upheld. If those conditions are to be challenged or changed through a subsequent application, the decision should rest with us in council. I urge you to support my motion.
Howlett. I ask Councillor Johnson as the seconder.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, when considering whether to support any motion in this council chamber, we need to think, what is it that our community wants us to do? And it's absolutely clear that, to me, that if a development application has been approved by council, that it's come to this council chamber, then any amendment to the conditions needs to come back to this council chamber. We can't have that delegated. And likewise, if a JDAP application has been approved, then that ought to be coming back to this council as well, council chamber. Many people out there in community land are under the impression that we still approve all development applications. Councillors, you know full well that we don't do that. Most of it is delegated, but those approvals that are not delegated, we should ensure we retain our control, including any amendment later or subsequent amendments to conditions. The councillors who've got any doubt about this, just read the section at the top. Request the CEO provide a report to council within 6 months. Well, it's a report to council, and the staff have got 6 months to work on it, and it considers modifying the current register of delegations. So this is the proper way to do it. It's about taking back a small part of council's power, and that is to approve modifications to conditions. So councillors, I'm absolutely convinced this is what our community expects us to do, and I know for certain that people in Woodbridge expect us to do this. And if people in Woodbridge expect us to do this, everybody else in the city expects us to do this. So, councillors, I urge you to support Councillor Howlett's motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. I'll ask again would like to speak against the motion. Councillor Bowman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, I don't disagree with the intent. I was surprised that this didn't come to council as well, but a couple of things. This council approved the delegations. This council can modify the delegations. Staff are required to bring the delegations to us before the end of the financial year, and I believe it's May. And any councillor can go through those delegations. And I do remember one of my first meetings going through quite a few delegations, and the deputy mayor at the time wasn't too happy with me because we were there for quite a while, but we made a lot of changes. So, Madam Mayor, another example of get the staff to write a report on something that's already got to come to council, and it's actually got to come to council before this report even has to be presented. So when a delegation item comes, any councillor can move an amendment, any councillor can ask staff with some assistance, and I'm sure they'd give it to them, and that's the way we should be doing it.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. Anyone like to speak for the motion? Anyone like to speak against the motion? No? You're right of reply.
Thank you. So, thank you, Councillor Bowman. I do go through the delegations or the approved matters that have been approved under the items that have been approved under delegated authority, and posthumously, once they're decided, it's a bit too late. The proper process, I thought, was to do it this way: to request a report to council. No one, I don't think, in this chamber could say that there was anything wrong with that request and with the error that we all noticed. Well, not error, but what happened with the previous motion in December. My concerns are that that one almost missed the goalpost. We almost missed seeing that one entirely had the applicant not wanted to put in third-party advertising. So I just wonder how many more are slipping by. I don't want to have a council agenda full of items that need to be reviewed, but I think that it was prudent on the planning staff and those that undertake the applications through delegate and approvals through delegated authority are made very clear that anything affecting subsequent any new applications affecting previous conditions we need to know what's going on. That's what the expectation is of the community and of the councillors in this chamber.
Thank you, Councillor Howlett. I'll now put that to the vote. Those in favour? So we have Councillor Catalano, Councillor Dean, Councillor Miles, Councillor Takiro, Councillor Johnson and Councillor Howlett. Oh, sorry, I can't see. Sorry, Councillor Budovnik. And those against was myself, Councillor Bowman, Councillor McCulloch, Councillor Congerton, Councillor Zanino, Councillor Henderson, and Deputy Mayor Zanino, yes. I had 6 and I had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7, 6, yeah. So it's carried 7, 6. Yeah. Thank you very much, councillors. Now,
Move for go behind closed doors.
thank you. I'll just ask first though, is there a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Anyone against? No. So I'll just let the public know that we are now moving to item 16, which is confidential reports. This will require us to be offline while we go behind closed doors to discuss 16.1, which is the sale of lot 9509, number 20, Junction Parade, Midland. And we will be back shortly. Thank you. Thank you. And we've returned from our confidential item from behind closed doors, and we had 16.1, which is the sale of lot 9509, number 20, Junction Parade, Midland. It was carried, the officer's report, to progress the sale, and also we had item 16.2, which was the acquisition by agreement, portion of lot 78, number 15, Brooklands Drive, Henley Brook, which was also carried 12-0. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, staff. Thank you, councillors, those in the gallery and those at home watching. And I declare this meeting closed at 10:18 p.m.